Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates, in depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grant Coffee House. Grant Coffee House. All right. Thank you. Grant Coffee House. It is Tuesday, February 4th, 2025. Thank you for joining me for Coffee in Tow, World News on the Go. 4 hours filled with news from around the world. Always great conversation and music. Coffee in Tow streams live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play, JanoRadio.com, your nonstop party vibe station, and MadMusicHouse.com for any genre, anytime. Welcome. Gotta say welcome to my studio audience, courtesy of Fanbase and my Fanbase family. You can go to www.coffeeintow.com and follow Coffee in Tow on your social media platforms. You can also donate to Coffee in Tow and help us grow. Catch up on past episodes. Also, we have a page dedicated to stories that we were not able to cover or we're not able to cover on our live show. We have more stories there from around the world. We also have a resource page. If you have any links for resources that our listeners can benefit from, whatever country, send it over to us. The email is also on our website. We'd be happy to hear from you. All right. So thank you once again. Good morning, fan base family. RoSolo AT. Good morning. Learn some dark history. As I'm saying your name, RoSolo. Now, my ears are clogged up this morning, so there's a little struggle to hear. So forgive me.
Good morning. Good
How,
morning.
how
I'm
you
sorry, I
doing?
don't know if you were saying something. I'm good. Happy Tuesday. I don't
How
know if you were
how
saying
you
something to me
doing?
before. I'm good. I was just doing a photo shoot in the backyard. I'm so sorry. I didn't know if you were speaking to me, but I
Oh,
was
you
too
were doing a
busy.
photo shoot, you
Yes,
said.
I was on
Oh,
my own self. I felt good this morning to
okay,
some selfies.
Magla.
Yeah.
All right, Magla. Yeah.
That TikTok has that good filter, you know,
Girl, let me tell you, saves one
has that
having to
good
put on makeup, right?
It sure does. Has
Oh,
that good filter. It gives you a nice little natural glow. I like it. Not necessarily a bunch of makeup on the face, but just a nice little, just smooth out the edges. Smooth out the
why am I laughing? Why am I laughing? I
edges.
don't know.
So
Uh,
you're saying what now? Your ears are what happened? Your ears
my
are
ears
clogged?
feel a little clogged up, like I I don't know. Um,
Rum. Drink rum. Rum
yeah,
fixes
I
everything.
have my cup right here, so coffee and rum, and my cup
Morning,
says,
ET.
"Just
Morning,
breathe."
AT.
ET or AT? Sound like you say ET.
AT. AT. I said AT. Made it sound like ET, but I said AT.
Listen, I tell us my ears clog up.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yes. It's going to be a long day with you and
Uh,
those clock ears. Yes. Why? Why? Do you know why?
no, I don't know. I just woke up this morning and it's like that. I have no clue. I
No
don't.
pain
I
though.
don't know.
No
No, no,
earache
no,
or
no,
anything.
no, nothing like that. I don't know if it's a part of the aging process. Anything is possible.
When you're over 50, every morning is a new adventure.
Listen, listen. I was talking to so I'm gonna put DJ Simple's wife on blast because I
Uh,
was talking to her a week or about a week and a half ago.
uh-huh,
So, we were talking about juicing and stuff. So I said, let me tell you something. Once you hit 40 and you open your eyes, nothing is the same anymore. You can't jump up out the bed. You have to
no, you
take your
cannot.
time and ease up out of the bed.
Yeah, you
So
do.
she
You
was
do.
saying to me that she and her friends were dancing to Spices by Now Go Down There. The one that was
Girl.
Shaggy and
Mm-hmm.
Sean Paul.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, why she go down and couldn't come up back?
I understand. I understand. Like I'm going to a band launch this weekend. I'm preparing from now. I'm stretching. Okay, no one soca hit not going to stop dancing all night. So it's my type of party. So I have to prepare myself from now. Start taking my ibuprofen from now. Everything from now because I know comes and then Sunday is Super Bowl, right? So I know come Sunday when I wake up the pain, my knee, it's always my knees and my back because I don't know how to behave when I hear soca. So, yeah, so you just have to prepare. You have to wake up. I used to see my mom stretch every morning and do her leg lifts and her push ups and everything every morning. And I was wondering, would I be doing that? I need to do exactly what I need to follow in my mother's footsteps so I can gracefully hit 91 the way she has right now. Because let me tell you something, she walked what? She walked 3 miles till she was in her 80s. So yeah, you have to fight against it. You have to mind over matter because you can wake up every morning and find a new pain or feel a new pain in places you didn't even know existed. Fingertips, toenails, it just twitch. You turn the wrong way if you get out of bed too fast. The whole side is hurting for the rest of the day. You know, it happens over 40, 50. You got to learn it, be a little bit more intentional with how you take care of your body. And oftentimes I've won and go down and can't come back up. It's not only Simple's wife. It's many times I've done it.
It's all of, I don't know. It's like your body has a switch, and it's like your body has a switch, and that switch just no say turn on.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But because I grew up part Trini, they don't know how to stop. So I'm lucky I have that part of me.
Yeah, carry that thing.
So I just follow all the Trinis and I just keep running all the way to wherever God takes me because I know I'm gonna be in pain on Sunday. I know, Father, I know.
Just go and rub up from now. Rub your
From
joints.
now, you should see me
Yeah,
stretching every morning, like, oh yes,
just rub the joints from now. Rub the
yes,
joints from now. Yeah, man. All
yeah,
right.
Jackie feeling.
Good morning, Ja. How are you this morning? Hope you're doing much better.
Uh,
Uh, what's that,
I,
Ja?
I've just been coughing all night. My head is pounding because I'm just coughing all night.
Are,
What happened to back in the day? You used to get a little cold, 3 days, you were better. Now it's like week, 2 weeks. It's like I don't know what else I'm doing. Maybe I'm overdoing it. I don't know.
Here's what I'm gonna ask you to do, Ja. Just like you came down on me yesterday, I'm coming down on you today. I needed to leave fan base, shut off your phone, go to sleep.
Go to sleep. I
Yeah.
just woke up. I've been in and out of sleep for hours. It's like a circular thing. I've been falling asleep during the show. I,
All
Do
I
right.
you, are
lit-
you taking? Did you take the rum or the toddy? Did you take the
yes,
toddy?
I'm
Okay.
doing all of that. Like I'm
You just have
bathing
to
in
let it
it.
go. You have to let the process flow.
Oh
Listen,
my
it knocked me down
gosh,
for
I
five
can't. I can't
days.
stand it. I
I
can't
know it's
stand it.
horrible. It's a horrible feeling, but you know what? It's your body telling you you need the rest.
Yep.
Take the rest.
Yeah.
Take the rest.
I've I've
Sometimes we
I've
don't listen.
I've been in the bed for so many days. My back is hurting. Okay,
That's
that's
true.
how
It does
that's
happen.
long
Yeah,
I've been in the
I
bed.
felt that too. but you have to just stretch it out. Get up sometimes, do your stretches, walk around. Don't let it just keep you in the bed, but you have to rest. You really have to focus on getting your rest. That's the key. That's the key. Drink your toddies, build up your immune system, and rest.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I'm like, I may call a Zoc doctor, whatever you call them, video doctors today because I can't. It's too much.
It's a lot. It's a lot. I hear it in your voice, and I want to, after you're done, see, no, it's me. After you're done talking, don't talk. Just be quiet, be still, turn the phone down, and let your body naturally respond. Okay, let your if you need to sleep, don't fight it, sleep. Yes, you say you just woke up, your body needs to rest, be in rest mode to be able to repair. Remember that. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, and look at what look at what AT put in the chat. AT is also reminding us no dairy whatsoever during this.
I don't.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, I was just gonna say I don't do any dairy, but this morning I had to eat something, so I did some yogurt with some cranberries and all the stuff you're supposed to mix with it. So,
Mhm.
but that's the only dairy. I don't do dairy.
Is it Greek yogurt?
Yeah.
All right. Listen, we have to take care of you. So that's it. You're done talking for the day. Rest mode for you for the rest of the day. Okay?
Yes, my dear.
Thank you. Thank you for being obedient. And I was obedient too. I only have 25 stories today, Ja. You'll be proud of me. And AT is doubling down and saying no dairy. Period.
Yeah, it has to
Full
be no
stop.
dairy, period. No
Yeah.
yogurt. No, I agree with that builds up your mucus. You have no dairy. No dairy.
Oh,
No
oh,
oatmeal because oatmeal has mucus too.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
all right.
All right.
Okay. Can I because I was planning now that I can eat to make me some fried plantains with some scrambled eggs. Can I do that?
Are
Um,
you scrambling the eggs with milk?
No, no. Mm-mm.
I'm not sure about the eggs
are you,
though.
are you,
No,
Depends.
do you use butter or oil?
I use butter.
Okay, that's it. That's dairy.
That's good. Yeah, that is dairy.
Okay, so I won't use any butter then. I'll use my nonstick pan
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
because I'm hungry.
And you're
So
lucky you have an appetite. I had
I
no
know I'm
appetite.
getting
Still don't
better
have.
because I'm hungry because I
That's
wasn't
good.
hungry a few days ago.
That's
So
good. Yeah.
Okay, that's a
If you
good
have an
sign.
appetite, eat. Eat it.
You
Eat
have
it.
to
oh,
feed. They say you have to feed a cold.
yeah,
Yeah.
feed a
Eat it.
cold, starving fever. Somebody
Yeah.
this morning told me your voice is even sexier. I'm like, man, shut up.
Just check the chat. AT is also saying fiber and citrus. Okay, so
Yeah.
get to it. If you're gonna have toast with the eggs, make sure the toast has no butter on it. Do not put any butter on your toast. Dry, dry, dry.
Okay, I have orange juice and I have pineapple.
Okay, good. Get to it and be quiet for the rest of the day. No talking.
Yes,
Rest
ma'am.
your throat. Rest your body. Rest your mind.
All right.
All right, John. Good to hear you, Mr. James. Where you did there yesterday? Mr. to myself, James get rich and switch him no better with poor people again. But or were you in part of the media panel with the frenzy going on, the tussle between Trump and Trudeau, the TNT fight? You okay, James?
Yeah, no, I went. I yesterday morning, everyone. Yeah,
Morning.
Good morning.
yesterday I went to do my first interview, so that was good. And
Interview? Oh, you interviewed somebody for your channel, or
yeah,
oh,
yeah,
okay, good, awesome.
yeah, yeah, and then so I was downtown in the midst of all the ruckus, and yeah, so I've been. It's like 24 hours up, and so yeah, I'm just laughing at some of Trump media across there saying that dancing a victory lap that Donald Trump won. But the thing is, like, I don't know, the media on both sides, the media can be so ridiculous
Mm-hmm.
because I'm watching a lot of the media and I'm watching a lot of because Donald Trump, they have a lot of YouTubers that that's batting for him, and they're just talking a bunch of nonsense, and I'm just here laughing. I'm like, they either they're clueless
Mm-hmm.
or they're just dumb. One of the two, because
Combination of both,
I was
James.
gonna
yeah,
say that, yeah.
More of the second, more of this. No, actually, you know what? It is a combination of both. Some of them are truly clueless, and they're
yeah,
being manipulated. They're being manipulated.
yeah, because something was about to hit yesterday, and they don't even know what was going to hit them. Like, I was downtown, and people think that Justin Trudeau is still running the country. Justin Trudeau is just like a puppet right now. Like, the premiers are the one that's running the country now. They're the ones that's calling the shot.
Mm-hmm.
And because he didn't step down yet, he's the one that's communicating their decision with Donald Trump. So yesterday, while I was downtown, the premier of Ontario
Mm-hmm.
decided that come effective today, they're going to pull $95 billion worth of alcohol from
Woo.
off the shelf.
But didn't they start over the weekend or yesterday? When did
No,
they
they no,
start it?
they're
No?
no, they were waiting for the tariff to start. Once they said it's going to start today, then last night 6 o'clock, the media and everybody lined up while they started emptying off the shelves,
Uh-huh.
and then that's when the news came in that they're not going to bother go ahead with the tariff.
Because it's on pause. Now they're not gonna bother to go ahead. Right now
Then
it's
they're
on
not go.
pause.
Trump was never going to do this nonsense.
But
Trump is
okay,
just
and
looking for attention.
here's the thing: this is the disruption, and this is how disruptive they are, in my opinion, right?
Yeah.
Because business owners, when they hear that okay, the tariffs are going into effect, you know what they do automatically? They start adjusting prices. So now when you come back and say, all right, there's a pause, come on, come on. But what is even, listen, James, we have so much going on here, which we have coming up later on in the show. It's just ridiculous. I think all of this is being done to flex muscle.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think it's
Mhm.
being done to test how far one can go. And if you allow one to get away, they will keep pushing the boundaries.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, that's what he's trying to bully Trudeau. But as I said, Trudeau is not in charge anymore, and the people that are calling the shots are saying, like, look, if we're going to suffer, we're going to suffer, but we're not backing down.
Mm-hmm.
And as I said, like, they don't know how Canada is set up. Like, Canada, we have a thing called LCBO.
Mm-hmm.
That LCBO is a company that's run by the government. They control every single alcohol that comes inside Canada. Every single alcohol that comes inside Canada is the government has a say in it. So the LCBO, they were able to, the premier of Ontario, the entire country didn't do it. Just
Mhm.
one province, $95 billion. And they were going to pull it off the shelf and put it in storage and say, look what, we're not like, and that would affect everything. That would affect all the hotels,
Mm-hmm.
all the restaurants, everywhere that sell alcohol would not be able to sell any American alcohol, and that is just with a swipe of a pen.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, but people in America would not know that because Canada is the only country in the world that's set up like that, that the government control 100% of the alcohol, and then
Wow.
yeah, and then what happened now? The the finance ex-finance minister,
Mm-hmm.
they came out and they say, look, we're not buying, stop buying American products. So people stop, a lot of people campaign online, but because most Americans don't watch Canadian news, there's a list out online for every Canadian to know what is made in Canada,
Mm-hmm.
what is made in US. And she went ahead and she said, look, when you go into the supermarket, buy Canadian first.
Mm-hmm.
Um, if you look and see anything US, do not buy anything that's made in the US. Buy something from China, from Mexico, from Zimbabwe, from
Wow.
Timbuktu, but do not. So like they are there celebrating like Trump won when, and people don't know 50% of American companies operate in Canada. So Home Depot, Costco, Walmart, all of these people in Canada start freaking out. So yeah, like, and the experts said like what if they went ahead with it, it would have been worse than the 2007 Bush collapse. Canada and America would collapse, and Mexico, the three countries would have collapsed same time. All the experts said that, but
Listen, James,
yes,
sometimes we have to allow the cookie to crumble. We have to allow things to shatter before we recognize. Because what I don't understand is that people still are not comprehending how tariffs will affect us, the consumer. And some people are saying, let it happen. We will stand the pain. But guess what? Not everybody can stand the pain.
yeah, but that's the biggest surprise yesterday. Like almost 100% of Canadians that like I spoke to and that you see on the news, everybody is saying, like even my mother-in-law that is not like things. She said, you know what? I even when Trump called it off, she was like, she's sorry that he called it off because it needed to go through to kind of show to prove a point that America is not independent by themselves.
Mm-hmm.
America, Canada, and Mexico is so intertwined. It's like one because even with September 11, we saw the power of September 11. Like the entire North America pretty much collapsed. We saw the Bush 2007. Like
Mm-hmm.
if Canada suffer, America suffer, Mexico suffer.
Mm-hmm.
That is just how the economy is set up.
Mm-hmm.
But most people don't realize that.
They don't. They don't. So interesting that you're saying that because now listen to this BS that's just popped up on my screen. So Elon Musk on so what is social media platform to X, right? Somebody named Jonathan, I guess, or John, yeah, Jonathan, it's Jonatan Pellenson says white South Africans are being persecuted for their race in their home country. We should allow more immigration of white South African. And then Elon Musk is saying yes. So Elon Musk is calling for increased immigration of white South Africans to the US. Now, I'm bringing that up. I'm glad I saw that. I'm going to say this. I'm going to bring this up. Um, People are concerned that in this whole immigration sweep that's going on, they're noticing it's primarily or predominantly black and brown people of color, right? They're not seeing any Caucasians being caught up. Well, guess what? Elon just confirmed why this is happening. Not that it's not like we didn't know or didn't have any idea, but no, the confirmation is in. It is a matter of whitewashing America, right? And that is going to be the detriment of America. If you are so steeped in racism and division, right, and discrimination, guess what? You're not going to go anywhere. You're going to be stuck in time, and all you're doing is feeding China. You are, and interestingly, this morning I posted a video on a short on YouTube with Lisa Hanna, and very interesting perspective, and one to for all countries to look into. I think the problem with many countries is that they allowed the United States to progress. They allowed the United States to think it is the end all. They allowed it. Everybody was bowing down, busy bowing down. Oh my gosh, we need this from the US. We need that from the US. We need everything from the US. No, you don't. It is time to pivot. It is time to be proactive. It is time to put plans in place. Because if the US, as they have demonstrated with the shutting down of USAID, for example, and we're going to get into this further on in the show, but with what they have just done, it has left a lot of countries scrambling. And I'm saying to these countries, no, this is unacceptable. Why should your lifeline be dependent on another country solely? What are you doing for yourself? How are we encouraging and promoting self-sufficiency amongst our nations. But I don't know if anybody else has a different perspective on that before we get into the stories out of the Caribbean corner.
Oh yeah, good morning from His Majesty's reign. The only harbinger of serenity at the moment. Because everywhere we look, there's so much kerfuffle going on. But I will take it from the angle of South Africa. I'll look at South Africa. Let's just quick one. The fact that you've pulled subsidy for AIDS drugs in South Africa points out to the detriment of not just South Africans, but also humanity in general. And the reason that was in place in the first place was when the AIDS epidemic scourged Southern Africa. South Africa bore the brunt of it, where you had kids losing their parents, being raised by grandmothers, and sometimes in some cases, the kids are basically, parentless. So South Africa, in order to counter that, decided to approach India for cheap viral drugs. The pharmaceutical industry in the United States said, no, you're not going to do that. You're not going to buy those drugs. You're going to buy our drugs at our cost. And so they moved on Congress, who then threatened South Africa with sanctions. Now, in order for Congress to be seen to be somehow placating not just the pharmaceutical industry, but also Africa, because it would seem as even heavy-handed if they do that, they agree to subsidize those drugs from pharmaceutical industries to the tune of 60%. So essentially, South Africa will be paying 40%, 60% for some drugs will be borne by the United States through the USAID. Right? Can you see the correlation there anywhere? You remember the same thing with the arms industry in Ukraine? The same thing? So now that you've pulled the plug on said agreements that you made in quote-unquote good faith, are you now allowing South Africa to go and buy the drugs they could have bought for less a fraction of the price you are billing them for? Can you see where the madness is? So it's a double-sided coin now for South Africa to recalibrate itself to get those drugs will take a while because they're still tied to those contracts. How are they going to get out of those contracts without facing litigation? Can you see the problem? So this, guys, it's not that you can't pull your aid or anything. It's that when you pull your aid, it's like when you catch a fish and the fish is caught on a hook. When you pull that hook, you're pulling at the tonsils of your fish. So the fish can't really go anywhere. And cannot swim, so as much as people are screaming this, you have to look at all the underlying problems that this madness is going to trigger. I yield.
All right. Thank you, Adesoji. Good morning, Mr. President.
Yeah, talking about pulling the plug, right? I would like to remind the American public that the Canada and Mexico agreement that our dear president is going so hard after to put tariffs and all the nonsense, right, was signed by him. The current agreement we're operating under with Canada and Mexico was signed by the current president when he was in office the first time. So it's not nobody policy he's trying to fix. It is his policy. But we have short memory.
Yes,
I just wanted to remind people of that.
Thank you for the reminder because I forgot.
Yeah, no, to add to that, this was, in his words, this was the best deal ever. America wins. That was his words, right? So I don't know. I think something is wrong with this guy. Sign the deal, come out shaking hands, like fixing his tie, and saying that, just because I changed the name, the same way like he's changing the Gulf of Mexico. That's the same thing that he did with the deal, right? Change the name to the Canada, Mexico, whatever, because he wants to stamp his name on it, and said that this is the best deal ever. And then you're gonna come and try and tear this up now and talk about, okay, this, you're not satisfied? Talking about Canadian banks are not allowed to do business in Canada, and before the words could even come out of his mouth, they responded. The Canadian Banking Federation responded and said like over 100 and something $16 billion worth of investment from 16 American banks are in Canada. So this guy don't know what he's doing. Just don't know what he's doing.
Ah, boy. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. It is time for us to go ahead and get started. It is the top of the hour. Time for us to start with our first story out of the Caribbean corner. Again, I want to say thank you to everyone listening online. QMZRadio.com, JanoRadio.com, MadMusicHouse.com, everyone watching on YouTube Live. And thank you to everyone who has subscribed so far. We are growing and we thank you for that. And of course, a big thank you to my fan base family, without whom this would not be possible. So first up, oh, and I gotta switch something here. My apologies. Look at patience there. Look at patience. All right, first article of the day out of the Caribbean corner. New UK ETA will not apply to overseas territories, including BVI and TCI. This article is courtesy of Caribbean.loopnews.com. The British overseas territories in the Caribbean are some of the hottest destinations for tourism. With the introduction of the United Kingdom's new electronic travel authorization (ETA) protocol, many are wondering how it will impact their travel plans to the islands, including the Cayman Islands, British Virgin Islands, and Turks and Caicos Islands. The UK's ETA policy came into effect on January 8. Nationals from 48 countries, including the United States, Canada, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, and Australia, which currently have visa free access to the UK, must now obtain the ETA before entering UK territory. The UK has stated that the ETA is being introduced as part of efforts to strengthen border security and digitize border controls by 2025. We reached out, that is CaribbeanLoopNews.com, reached out to a few of the tourist boards to find out how the new protocol will affect travelers from visa free countries arriving on their soil. Officials from both the Turks and Caicos Islands and BVI have confirmed that the ETA does not apply to the overseas territories. So, Keith Dawson, the public relations manager of the BVI Tourist Board, told Loop News via email, I confirmed with immigration that the UK's new ETA travel protocols do not apply to persons entering the British Virgin Islands. So he directed Loop News to the BVI's visas rather and exemption program, which came into effect in September 2016. The visa policy states that if a national from a country requiring a BVI visa holds a valid UK, US, or Canadian visa and is visiting for business or tourism, they can enter the BVI without a visa for up to 6 months. All right. So holders of valid visas issued by the United Kingdom, United States, or Canada must have at least 6 months of validity remaining before traveling to the BVI. Holders of valid visas issued by the United Kingdom, United States, or Canada must have at least 6 months of validity remaining before traveling to the BVI. Nationals from over 40 countries, including the Philippines, Haiti, China, Colombia, Cuba, and Saudi Arabia, currently require visas to visit the BVI. So if you are from the Philippines, Haiti, China, Colombia, Cuba, and Saudi Arabia, you must have a visa to visit the British Virgin Islands. All right. For more on information, you can go to caribbean.loopnews.com. The people them rules, but I argue with them. Okay, next up, Curacao. Leave me alone, Adesoji. According to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. And let me pin this on YouTube. Bear with me one moment. Oh, where are you, YouTube? Where are you? There you go. All right. So, according to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, the government of Curacao has officially transferred a key land reservation in the Reef area to the Curacao Ports Authority, the CPA, marking a significant step forward in enhancing the island's cruise industry. This development will enable the expansion of the cruise terminal's logistics capacity, allowing Curacao to better accommodate the increasing number of visitors and support the growth of its tourism sector. The decision comes as Curaçao's cruise sector continues to thrive. In 2024, the island recorded a historic 834,530 cruise arrivals, marking a 17% increase compared to 2023 and surpassing initial projections by 4%. Impressively, this growth also represents a 3% rise over the peak year of 2019, further solidifying Curaçao's status as one of the top cruise destinations in the Caribbean. Curaçao is truly the vacation destination of your dreams. This colorful, vibrant island offers some of the best beaches in the Caribbean, top rated hotels, and all inclusive resorts, and a wealth of unique cultural experiences and events. Whether you're visiting with a family, friends, or as a couple, there's no shortage of activities to enjoy. From breathtaking scenic views to the lively, welcoming spirit of the local community, every aspect of Curacao is authentically its own, making it a one of a kind paradise to explore. So when I saw this article, I thought about you, James, and you as well, Mr. President, because both of you have expressed concern, or is it just you, James, have expressed concern regarding the cruise ships and the effect and how the effect they have on our environment in the Caribbean and how they affect our blue system, right? And with the expansion, which we are here for because we want to see economies grow, and in this case, it is going to grow thanks to the cruising industry, the cruise industry. However, there should be certain stipulations in place, right? What measures are being implemented to ensure that the waters are kept safe, the protected, and there will be no harm? I would love to see the details of the contract. I hope it's not that we're going to take Curacao as, to be a dumping ground. And if quote unquote, you know what I mean by that. What are your thoughts on this? Do we welcome the expansion? Should we hear more details with regards to protecting Curacao? How do you feel about this one? Let us know. But what was interesting was the headline, not the headline, rather, the first statement that, what is today? The 4th, yeah, that said key land reservation. That is a little concerning to me. Reservation typically refers to protected land, no? Am I right or wrong? When you hear reservation, isn't it an area that is protected that you don't want to develop because it is intricate to maintaining some balance in the environment? Let me know if I'm wrong or right.
Yeah, well, Miss James was the one that really speak exclusively on the blue economy and pollution with the cruise ships and stuff because I think they're some of the biggest polluters. But when you look at places like Curacao, you would understand why they would go for something like that because they really don't have nothing else happening for them. They're small. If they get more, they probably depend on the tourist dollar a lot. So, but what we should have is a CARICOM maritime agreement that covers all territories within the region and set the standard as to the pollution or what has to be done and cannot be done.
Right.
And take the whole blue economy, which is emerging now, especially with climate change and rising sea levels and stuff. The blue economy is becoming more and more important in small island developing states. So we should have a policy now to preemptively take care of stuff and to help maintain the environment, the coral reefs, and so on. I don't think it should be left to an individual territory to do that. But then again, I'm not sure how that we will get these things done. These things are essential, but it has to be done at a CARICOM level also.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. It's Curacao. Curacao. Those are Dutch. That's the Dutch Antilles, ABC Islands, Aruba, Bonaire, Curacao. They're owned by the Dutch, Netherlands. Are they a part of CARICOM though? Hmm. Hold on one second. Let me jump on Google because Curacao, CAO. Uh, I'm sorry, folks. Just double checking. I don't think. I didn't ask if they're part of the Caribbean. I said a part of CARICOM. Miss, all right. Curacao is now a sixth associate member. Okay, so they are an associate member. So of course, yeah, yes, Mr. President, yeah, yeah, they're an associate member. All right. I have my concerns, right? I do have my concerns because Curacao is very small. It's a small island off the coast of South America. Um, their water is absolutely beautiful. The ABC Islands, if you ever have a chance to visit, definitely visit Aruba, Bonaire, Curacao. Beautiful countries. You don't want their ecosystem to be impacted. So yes, we need things in place to protect them. We welcome the tourism, the cruise ships, but we also need systems in place to protect these islands. All right. Next up, we head on over to Grenada. Let me pin this here link. Oh, I have it there already. All right. So UK supports Grenada's criminal justice system. Article can be found on nowgrenada.com. Oop, that's okay. On the 24th of January, the UK formally handed over two specialized court multimedia podiums during a brief ceremony held at the Grenada Supreme Court. The podiums, obtained through the UK funded Serious Organized Crime and Anti Corruption Program called SOCAP, have significantly enhanced the operations of the two criminal courts since installation last year. The judges, jurors, and attorneys and members of the public can now better hear evidence from witnesses and arguments by lawyers during court proceedings as a result of the podium's features. As well, documents being used in court proceedings can now be clearly displayed. The donation of these podiums follows previous support given in obtaining video link equipment for use in the magistrate's court. The handing over ceremony was attended by officials and representatives across the criminal justice sector in Grenada. Among them were the acting Chief Justice of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court, the Honorable Justice Mario Michel, Attorney General and Minister for Legal Affairs Senator, the Honorable Claudette Joseph, Director of Public Prosecutions Christopher Nelson, King's Counsel, Chief Magistrate Francine Foster, who's the Acting Commissioner of Police Randy Connaught, Commissioner of Prisons Anthony Rogers, and Vice President of the Grenada Bar Association. Members of Grenada's, who is Deloney Edwards, my apologies. Members of Grenada's Criminal Justice Reform Committee were also in attendance. Well, anything to help the system? No? Hopefully. Go ahead.
Yeah, but
Go
they,
ahead. Go
they,
ahead.
they, they must like Grenada judicial system. system is British judicial system. Nothing has changed. There has not been any dramatic change in the whole legal framework since they were there to now. A lot of the laws and the books is obsolete. And Grenada final court of appeal is still the Privy Council, if I remember correctly. So just the money alone the Privy Council make to hear one case out of Grenada is enough to get them a podium. So I don't. It's neither here nor there with me. These things just optics.
Just optics? Okay.
Just
But
optics.
when we think about the equipment, what isn't that going to be beneficial now that people can hear? So with hearing, there is no from receiver to sender. I forgot the terminology in communication.
Oh man, you know the size of the courtroom in Grenada.
No, I don't. It's small. It
You,
look, it look a bit like a bedroom.
you know the crime rate in Grenada. You know how much crimes are. You know Grenada get about within 5 to 10 homicide a year. If you have 10, it's a bad year, a very bad year. So you go into a courtroom that is 30 by 50 or something like that. Do you think it matters what kind of artistic or acoustic equipment you have? Oh, come on, man.
All right. You know what? I'm going to leave it alone. If you say left it alone, I'm going to leave it alone. Oh my gosh. All right. We're still in Grenada for our next story. Mr. President, I lost one of the articles. But anyway, we can still have discourse around this one. Let me go ahead and pull up the YouTube clip, the audio here. Bear with me one moment. Listen, sometimes they say not to do things when you're tired. You get rest and then resume. Julie said them have 2.5 homicides a year. Okay, Julie, explain the half. What you say? You kill him, you lick him dog, and him bounce right back according to that. You want a hard man for dead. That is where the half come in. You kill him, but him not dead. All right, let's go ahead and get it. Julie, you're killing me. You're killing me. The school bus pilot project in Grenada. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this.
St. George and St. David will now benefit from the newly launched Spice Bus School Transport Project, which officially kicked off on January 31st at the Parliamentary House. A collaboration between the Government of Grenada, the Grenada Transport Commission, and the National Bus Association. The initiative aims to provide free and safe transportation for students. The pilot phase will initially cater to over 50 students, with plans for expansion into other parishes based on its success. Prime Minister Dickon Mitchell, in his remarks, highlighted the significant impact the project will have on students' daily lives.
Adult childhood educator pointed out the importance of punctuality and regularity to ensure that access to education actually means access to punctual and regular education. And when our kids get left on the wayside, they're also at greater danger and at greater risk from a safety perspective.
As part of the system, students will be issued swipe cards that will be scanned on an electrical device installed in the buses. A green light will indicate that the student can board, while a red light will signal that the bus is not traveling on the designated route. All data will be recorded in an electronic database for monitoring purposes. Chair of the Grenada Transport Commission, Francis Paul, praised the initiative during the grand launch, emphasizing its role in ensuring safer and more structured transportation for students.
There are parents who just cannot afford to give their children bus fare to go to school. And that is all throughout Grenada, not only in the rural areas. So recognizing that, we decided, and again, the Prime Minister, it's part of the transformation agenda. We decided that, look, we have to launch this school bus pilot project. We have to ensure that all students in Grenada have safe, affordable, and reliable transportation to access schools. Control that the GTC have over this entire process, because there is a module now which ensures that the GTC can monitor in real time everything that is happening and can collect data. And that data that would allow us now to smooth out any kinks in the system, because it's what you call a trial run.
Some of the students who participated in the test run of the project shared their excitement about the new school bus service.
But sometimes when I had to take bus in the morning and stuff, it would be a little difficult because in Woodlands, when the road fixed back, they'll be going up Woburn instead of going in Woodlands. So that was a difficulty, but now it's better since the road is not really fixed yet. And I'm happy I was able to go in the program. It was very fun. I learned a lot, and I'm very thankful for the system that's been put in place.
Happy because sometimes them bus and them does take long when rain is falling, and it's hard to get bus where I am. So I'm very happy for the program, and they made bus for us.
Over 50 buses from the National Bus Association are expected to participate in the initiative, each marked with special stickers and equipped with cameras, allowing parents and guardians to monitor their children's journey. Rena P. Thomas, GBN News.
Wow, thank you for sending that over, Mr. President. But your country, you know it best. I can't speak on Grenada, not at all. But it sounds like a good and beneficial program to institute, and it shows that you're thinking about your children. What are your thoughts, Mr. President?
Yeah, I think it's a good program. In that case, for instance, I'm not sure if they reinstate the free meals in school. I know they used to give free meals. I think the government was looking back into that. I'm not sure if they did reinstate it. But if you have free meals in school and then you have free transportation, then there is no reason why any kid can't go to school. You can't say you can't pay them, and the parents can't afford the buses. Something we have to look at again too is during the peak time when kids are trying to get to school, and bus drivers tend to don't want to pick up the kids, not necessarily because they don't want the kids on the bus, but in the peak hour is when most of the private transport people would make most of their money. So if you have your bus full of kids, school children, then you know you're literally making half the money in a given period of time. So what it does, it eases the transportation system for the general public, and it also provides the safety and the fact that the buses will be monitored, so you could look at people's conduct. I think in the next article I sent you, they guarantee that the kids will be home by 5:30. That's another thing, because before you find kids stranded waiting for bus, have to reach home late, and it is dedicated, so the buses are taking the kids to and from school, literally. You understand? So I think it's a very, very good initiative, and I would like to see the results of that pilot program, and it's something I would like to see roll out throughout the country, because tardiness, apparently, in the report they had, is one of the issue, where there are kids, they are going to school, but sometimes they get to school so late that it takes away from the day's work. I think it's a very good move in the on the government perspective, especially if you're subsidizing programs. These are the kind of programs you want a success to ensure that every kid have proper access to education, and not so allows also the safety that goes along with the program, that you as a parent could know, listen, my kid is traveling safely. There is an app also for the parent to monitor what's going on. So a parent can literally monitor when her child is taking the bus, when they're coming back home, etc. So it gives a little more control. So I think it's a step in the right direction.
Definitely a step in the right direction, Mr. President. I know private buses here in South Florida, where I am, they have that system, that very system, and a lot of them use that as a selling point. There's an app, and parents can know when their child has been picked up from the home, when the child has been dropped off, whether it's at home or to some extracurricular activity, whatever it is. So you're able to closely monitor your child. And yeah, it is when you talk about safety and security in today's society. But what I like is the fact that it is subsidized, or what you say, free. Is there any other island in the Caribbean that has a program like that, or is it just rolling out? Is Grenada the first to embark on this?
I am really not sure if anybody else does it.
Okay. Would be good. If not, something definitely to do. And I think governments can afford it. If you say you care about your children and you care about education and you want to give them the best opportunities available, we have to make it easier for them, ease the burden. At the same time, you're also considering the burden on parents, the financial burden on parents. Yeah, great article. Thank you once again. Next up, former Google exec Natalie Bennett joins local company to develop Jamaican address codes. Interesting. Saw this one as that. Okay, let me pin this one here. All right, this article comes to us courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Former Google executive Natalie Bennett, known for her work on monetizing Google Maps, has joined Jamaican tech firm Smart Data as its new chief product officer. Bennett's appointment took effect on January 6 as confirmed by Smart Data CEO Ray St. Michael Williams. Over the past 4 years, Smart Data has been building and refining a comprehensive address database for Jamaica. The startup's primary focus is the development and implementation of smart codes. Smart codes is an alphanumeric address code designed to provide precise location based data through a standardized addressing system. By leveraging these smart codes, Smart Data aims to set a new industry standard for accurate addressing in Jamaica, enabling actionable location intelligence and insights. Natalie Bennett is a seasoned product manager with over a decade of strategic leadership and technical expertise. She will lead new product initiatives at Smart Data as the company enters its pilot stage. Prior to joining Smart Data, Bennett served as senior product manager at Google, where she led monetization efforts for Google Maps. Bennett brings extensive experience in driving the ideation, development, and launch of both B2B and B2C products, generating billions in revenue across fintech and ad tech industries. With a background in software engineering, she has a proven track record of transforming complex technical challenges into innovative user centric solutions that fuel business growth. All right. So I'm not a techie, not at all, but this sounds like a move in the right direction. What is interesting, and us Jamaicans will know this, when you go into some rural parts of our island and you ask for directions to Sister Mary house, how the directions go, James? If you know, you know. Typically in the rural areas, the parts that we call the country parts, drive go down there so you go see one blue house on the hillside, which part one mango tree in the front of the yard. You see when you reach there, so you go past the sun, go down the road like a further. You go see one big tamarind tree, and that's how you go going now. And that's how you go. You go past that and go down the road like a further.
Some moments they cut down the timer and see what happened. They cut down the timer and see you lost.
Lord, I can't laugh too hard. No, I'm asthma technique. But hold on there. And wait now. All right. And then you go see one big tank in there. You see the big tank? All right. You go see one little lane. And you go turn down that lane there.
And then when you hear the cock crow, make a left.
I'm dead. Let me ask you a question. Is it like that in other Caribbean islands or is that just in Jamaica?
No, that's in every island. I mean, to be honest with you, even the UK has direction similar because we don't do the north, south, east, west. It's landmarks. I think it's just typical, and obviously the islands and the countries, they're gonna give you landmarks like yours. I was dying in the bottom. As a tech person myself, I actually love the conversation, but I do believe Caribbeans can benefit from that mapping, but it still go be a problem based on what you just said. I'm sure.
To be a problem. Well, you know what? My apologies, Johanna. Welcome to Coffee Talk. Thank you to the CARICOM community and the African community, the global community, so to speak.
Moments, I don't see no problem. We just have to geo map the tambourine tree.
Geo map the tamarind tree is crazy.
Gosh, I look forward to seeing how this is going to pan out. Absolutely. It's going to
No,
be.
so you see what's funny though is because I don't know about you guys when you've gone, have you checked Google? Google has mapped it out a little. I mean, I haven't been back home since 2019, but the last time I went, I noticed that Google did map quite a bit of it already. So, and that's just my island. So it'd be interesting to see how they do it because many years ago before Uber came, this was like 2007. Like funny enough, this just like a funny story. I know you guys don't know me. But I was in the islands concerned about transportation. Like, why is it that there's no transport past it? Like, so I'm just there stranded or have to hitchhike. Like, it just made no sense. And so I spoke to my dad and I said, can we not just get the locals who have cars? And this is before Uber. I was basically thinking about an Uber in the islands. Like, just get the locals to just, and people have to just call a central number or something like that. And I never did follow up on that. And then obviously, as you know, Uber exists today.
Is it me or did I get kicked out? I got kicked out of fan base. Oh my gosh. I got kicked out of fan base. Let me try to get back in. My apologies to everyone. My apologies to everyone on. Oh my gosh, I got kicked out of fan base. I got kicked out. I'm so sorry. Come on, fan base, stop kicking me out. Well, uh, I'm sorry. I'm still here cracking up about the whole thing. My apologies. Johanna, I missed some of what you said, but thank you for sharing your experience, which seems to be the same across the Caribbean. Um, I know some new faces were also in the bottom. Just to give you tell you a little bit about Coffee and Toe. Just a little bit about Coffee and Toe. So we are um, or I should say, an interactive nude podcast that we stream live on internet radio and also YouTube live and we are here. It's facilitated through Fanbase. We're here weekdays, 9 a.m. to roughly 1:35 p.m. And we cover stories from all around the world. And we dissect and we have great conversation, insightful conversation. So welcome once again, and we invite you to join the camp and to click the link at the top and subscribe to the Coffee Into YouTube channel. Thank you so much for being here. All right, so yeah, let's look forward to this one. Let's look forward to this one, and we keep it moving. So next up, but you know what? Hold on a second, quick second. Let me go back to this. What are the possible prospects that can come out of her being there in Jamaica? I think with her experience and her expertise, she should be able to pass on her skills to others. And I hope that is a part of her plan as well, because technology is where we are, right? We're not going back, and we have to know how to coexist with technology. Young minds that are capable of absorbing everything right now, let's, you know, get a grip. Let's get on to them. Let us get them interested. Let them see that, guess what? There's a world of opportunities out there that you can take advantage of in the tech industry. Here is one of them. Any thoughts on that before I move on? Okay. All right, let's keep it moving. Next article, we head on over to nowgrenada.com, where Trump tariffs present golden opportunity for Commonwealth realms. And I'm glad we have this article because I'm also going to play the one from Lisa Hanna. Excuse me. But let me read this one first. According to nowgrenada.com, US President Donald Trump's imposition um, of across the board 25% tariffs on Canada late last week and his repeated calls for Canadian annexation have shattered the assumption among many international leaders that the United States can be counted on as a reliable and predictable international trade or defense partner. This is a major problem, not just for Canada, but for every country across the globe, including Grenada. The United States is Grenada's main trading partner, with 33% of our exports going to and 37% of our imports coming from the US in 2022. Over reliance on the US for trade, a natural consequence of America's position as the world's leading economy, has, with these recent events, proven itself a dangerous thing for our economy and indeed the economy of any country. Trade diversification is an imperative, and Trump's tariff moves have been a wake up call for this. Trump has, however, inadvertently opened the door for a golden opportunity. We have what just happened? I know I heard a mic open. What just happened? Anybody? Was it just me or?
I heard it, but maybe it was somebody mic that was open and closed back. I'm not sure.
No, I saw somebody on the stage that had the gold crown that I don't know.
Yeah, somebody was on stage with an open mic.
Yeah, and
Someone
they had a
unfamiliar.
crown
Yeah.
as though I mean, as
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, fan base, what's going on here?
Trump America.
Uh, hold on a second. So,
They had an update last night, so maybe after the show, just check your settings.
okay, thank you, Ja. Thank you for that. But how does someone just come in and end up on the stage and be having the gold crown with the okay, interesting. All right, thank yeah, you saw that 280. They came straight in and onto the stage. Anyway, let me. I'm so sorry. I heard the noise and I'm like, what's going on? All right. So back to the article. My
It wa-
apologies. Go ahead, Adesoji.
it was like Elon Musk jumping behind you.
Yeah. All right, so trade diversification is an imperative, and Trump's tariff moves have been a wake up call for this. Trump has, however, inadvertently opened the door for a golden opportunity, cooperation, and integration between the 15 Commonwealth realms. The Commonwealth realms, of which Grenada is one, is the group of 15 states within the Commonwealth which share King Charles III as head of state. Together, this group, which contains the United Kingdom, Canada, Trump, remember Canada is a part of the Commonwealth, belongs to the UK, technically, Australia and New Zealand, alongside most of the English speaking Caribbean and some island states in the Pacific, would constitute a bloc with the third largest economy in the world at US $7.4 trillion and a population of over 158 million. Cooperation and collaboration between the realms could see the opportunity of a lifetime for major trade diversification and international cooperation in an increasingly volatile world. This is not a new idea. The group Kanzuk International has since 2015 advocated for the implementation of free movement and free trade between the UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand based on the shared crown, Westminster parliamentary system, historic heritage, common law system, and English language. The Conservative Party of Canada, the country's main opposition party, which seems poised to win this year's election, officially adopted support for the Kanzuk idea as part of its platform in 2018. So before we embark on a conversation, I want to go ahead and play the video from Lisa Hanna. Let me bring it up here real quick. And I think this will add to the conversation as
How
well.
countries actually create real wealth for their people and grow their economies? It's through the creation of export industries. Yep, something that I've been saying. You must be tired of hearing me say this now, but I will keep on saying it because it means that you have to be proactive and you have to plan ahead and you have to be able to see the future and get ahead of it, particularly if you have a competitive advantage. So years ago, when many developing countries or some developing countries, those that were colonized, recognized that globalization was coming, they actually put in place mechanisms to create manufacturing industries or to build their people's skills and services. In other words, when preferential trade agreements were rescinded globally, like from the UK, other countries said, well, what can we do? So China is a big country. They weren't colonized by anybody, but they took a decision to become the manufacturing capital of the world, which is why you buy most of the finished goods that you know use from China, toys, anything you want. If you look at it now, is made in China at a scale that you can't beat them in. Most of the fruits and vegetables that you buy, avocado, tomatoes, if you're in North America, come from Mexico. It's why India said years ago, you know what, we're going to beat the world in generic drugs, which is why most of the generic drugs come from India, and which is why they built the STEM skill sets of their people. And when you look at television now, most of the Fortune 500 companies around the world are headed by, yep, you guessed it, Indians. It's why most of the pasta that you eat comes from Turkey. It's why most of the machinery that you use in automation and to make a lot of things come from Germany. So I could go on and on and on and on and on. These countries have created real export industries. Now, I can tell you that the world is so interconnected that you can actually do well in the world if you have something to sell. And you can actually do well even if you have a small population, because if you sell to millions of people outside of your country, then you make the foreign exchange to help your people in your country. So a small country like Jamaica with 3 million people is not going to prevail and thrive by only selling to its 3 million people. You actually have to start selling to the rest of the world. So guess what? America voted. And true to form and what I predicted, President Trump won. And he has proven in the last certainly 10 days that he is a man of his word. He continues to implement several of the promises that he made on the campaign trail. And it should not surprise any of you because his strongest allies and voters considered him a kind of modern day Messiah protected by God, and that they wanted this kind of bold leadership to make America great again because they felt that somehow the rest of the world is beating them and that they had some kind of unfair advantage. The rest of the world had some kind of an unfair trade advantage over them. So in his first week, well, certainly the first day, he signed so many executive orders, and you know some of them and what they are. But the one that I was looking for happened last weekend. And I was looking to see if he was really going to slap the tariffs on some of his major allies and trading partners, China, Canada, and Mexico. And as in the words of Caroline Levitt, the White House press secretary, promise made, promise kept. True to form, he put on the 25% tariffs on imports from Canada and Mexico and 10% on goods coming from China as of February 1. What most Americans really didn't understand, and even some people here in Jamaica, is that you think that an increase in tariffs actually is paid directly to a government by the country. It's not. It's the people who are bringing in the goods, those small businesses, who have to pay more at the port because the goods have now increased in price. So where are they going to get back the money? They transfer it to you, the customer. So that's why if you've been watching the news, people are saying, look, food prices are going to go up, gas at the pump is going to go up in America. And President Trump himself has said, it's going to be a short-term disruption, but I'm not relenting. And if you know anything about this man, him no believe in retreat, no surrender. Him no lotion, pet, or powder, nobody. And whether or not you like him, he's going to go down that thing. So Jamaicans have been focusing on ICE and the mass deportations. And yeah, that's important because some of the remittances are going to dry up. But if you have increased prices from one of your major trading partners, it means that their purchasing power is also shrinking. So it's going to have an effect here. And the imposition of the tariffs has really been on my radar because I want to, all the dots are connected because the long-term implications of his actions and their impact on us here at home, there are several. Because if you notice, any one of us who goes online, and let's just type in, let's say you want a supplier, if you are a creative and you want a new camera or you want something, within 24 hours or even less, you can have 100 potential global suppliers at competitive prices. And Chinese producers, for example, have figured out a way to sell their products at the lowest rock bottom prices then to individual countries worldwide. You just have to look at Temu and Shein. And, you know, Shein alone is threatening the viability of many retail stores worldwide. You saw it here in Jamaica, where so many people were saying, look, them now see the Christmas sales that they used to see because people were just bringing in things online. And if you can bring in things for less than $100, then you don't pay duty here either. But most Americans don't understand that China, Canada, and Mexico have inputs in almost everything they consume. It represents over 40% of US imports. You know, oil and gas from Canada, other spirits, you know, they assemble cars for the United States, vegetables and fruit from Mexico, parts and finished goods, as I said before, from China. And so consumers are going to have to pay more. And now that the US has really declared and doubled down on this tariff war, the retaliation has already begun against the United States exports to these countries. You see it. Prime Minister Trudeau, Mexico, just just recently too, Ontario canceled the Starlink contract that they had. So if we've learned anything from the COVID pandemic, it is that the laws of economics will always trump the rules of politics. So when the quantities of supplies diminish and go down, the prices will go up. And these countries, you know, can find other places. Unlike Jamaica, you have these countries that have millions of people that can consume, and they can actually go to other places. So this concept of making America great again actually impacts the entire world based on some of the policies that President Trump is putting in. And you know, you just have to look at Hurricane Beryl. Before Hurricane Beryl, remember, lettuce was about $200 a pound, and after it went up to $900 a pound. So, you know, people and relatives in the United States are going to have some major disruptions very, very soon. And President Trump says, look, he's not backing down, and nobody knows when this tariff war or the long-term impact will end, neither for the countries themselves or for the World Trade Organization. So on the weekend, I really thought about it because we have to become proactive. Now, I want to be very, very clear, right? This is a second coming of President Trump. And you can go back and read the article that I wrote on some of the things that happened and in CARICOM and with Jamaica when he was president the first time. You can go back and read my articles. I don't really need to go into some of the dates and what happened there. But what really happened is that some of the decisions that we made as a government really alienated some of our strongest allies in the region. We did things that seemed a little weird, and it concerned me, for example, because you know, while I know that all trade is interconnected, we must also never lose our ethos for being bold, transparent, and accountable. And so when I was reflecting on our foreign policy during the last Trump administration, it was essential for me to look back at some of the underlying motivations and goals that made us do some of the things, or the administration that is now in power did some of the things at that time. And I could only presume that at the time, the administration or government aimed at strengthening ties with the United States, which we should always do, and certainly align with its broader geopolitical objectives. However, going forward, is that going to be the same approach? Cockroach no want to get involved in foul fight, and Jamaicans no longer want to get interconnected with other people's political affairs. And that has never been our foreign affairs stance. We don't get involved in people's political elections. We don't get involved.
So I'm going to stop it right there. But based on what we've heard so far, and with the article that we read titled Trump Tariffs Present Golden Opportunity for Commonwealth Realms, how do we feel about what we've heard? Is she on the money?
Yes, 100%. And the thing is, this is a conversation that is happening in Canada, right? Because Canada, as you know, Canada, the second largest country in the world in terms of landmass and a lot of resources. And people don't realize, because it's easy to just watch the news and think that you're politically savvy and stuff like that. But when you know the real details, then you know what's going on. When Donald Trump sit down and say, we don't need your oil, when 60% of crude oil that America purchased comes from Canada. Now, the conversation is happening now that, we with the new conservative government that's about to come in, and saying that look at all these pipelines that Canada stopped, and all of the progress that we made, and we stopped because of some stupid decision that Trudeau make, and some American decision too, that we could have been sending oil to Russia, to all over the world, and now even refining our own stuff and keeping it. Because when Trump said that, he's like a bunch of lunatics and delusional people will believe that you can just cut off 60% of oil and replace it right away. That's delusional thinking. But the reason why I'm happy about this is because a lot of stuff that Canada has put on pause, the conversation is open now. Like, we have nuclear energy plant. We can get from nuclear energy plant to nuclear weapon in like less than 2 years. Canada paused all of those stuff because no, America is there to protect us. We don't need nuclear because America have nuclear. No, everything is on the table because we realize now that you can't depend on America. Donald Trump proved now that if someone else crazy enough like him come around, then Canada is going to have to defend itself. Canada is going to have to fend for itself. So yeah, the conversation is back on the table. And that's why I say, like, I'm so upset that this thing didn't go through, because the retaliation, that because they had all the top business people in Canada, not just the government, the top business people in Canada, they were all locked down for like a couple of days. And one of the things that they did, the 150 billion retaliation, $30 billion was supposed to go in effect today. And what they were going to do with the other 120 billion in terms of reaction, what they were going to do, they were giving all of the food supply chains in Canada like 3 months to source from Europe, to source from other places around the world, and then hit that $120 billion tariff on America and make sure that we're sourcing from other places. And that would be catastrophic for like everybody. So, but yeah, we'll see where it goes.
Indeed, we'll definitely see where it goes. Interesting. Anyone else wants to share their perspective on the article? Like, go ahead, Mr. President.
Yeah, yes, she's okay. Yes,
No,
she's correct.
go,
No,
go.
not 100%.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
First of all, the first one with the Commonwealth story. That's interesting, and that's one of the unintended consequences of Donald Trump that people are looking at now. Alternatives to the current world order and alternative to trades now. And I've never actually looked at the Commonwealth as a block and the things they share as a trading group. That's an interesting concept, all right? But for Lisa Hanna's, makes a very good point. But I don't think she's 100% correct from the Jamaica Caribbean perspective. From, for instance, from Canada, it's a totally different story. When we're talking about exporting and stuff like that, right? And creating stuff for the export market, that is all fine. But one of the most critical areas we have to deal with is the area when it comes to how the small businesses receive their money in a timely manner. And the money laundering policies and the policies that are imposed on the Caribbean islands through the West is strangling. So therefore, we need, as we said, you see that whole fintech solution we was looking at with Google and stuff. We need better ways in which to implement a lot of these things. You understand? And another thing again too, as opposed to looking internationally and stuff, why don't we look within the region? We have all these countries that spend so much money on trade and imports and stuff like that. And I think that's where we have to start. We have to start where we could move the money easily. We could get as much people on board as possible quickly and start to build an ecosystem that is independent or sort of insulated somewhat from the international world, how it changes. But at the same time, we embrace advantages that exist within the international order. But I think she overlooks some critical things that would take together, looking at the size of our economy, the ability to produce stuff cheaply and compete internationally, the availability of resources, the shipping routes, and all this stuff. So I think it's a good start, but I think she's missing some key things. There you go.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Any other perspective? Adesoji. Thank you, Mr. President. Adesoji, go right ahead.
Yes. Again, I would follow Mr. President's lead. She did get the fact that China was never colonized. She got it wrong. China was in part colonized by the Portuguese, the British, and the Japanese. Russia also had dips at certain points in time. And so, yeah, that's just the geographical side of things. And with regards to the strategy vis-a-vis the Commonwealth, the Commonwealth, like James said, is a kind of sleeping potential. There is barely that amount of trading between that block. So it might be something that this guy with his antics would help trigger, because for a while questions have been asked.
So we're having some technical issues as we are getting some glitches, and I just got kicked out of fan base once again. Gonna see if I can get back in.
That's it. Yes. We must not forget Britain at some point was the largest international marine power. So the evidence is still there that there's still that potential. All you need to do now is just pivot and look to the east. But unfortunately, that will take some time. But it can be done, and also rebuild its understanding with the previous its previous colonies that it now calls the Commonwealth for some reason. But hey, it is what it is. Potential. Let's look on the bright side. But it's not looking good for that idiot in the White House. I yield.
Oh, Lisa, you're going to get them to shut us down in our addresses. Remember, we're not in the UK. All right, so back to the article. At the first article that I read, Trump tariffs presents golden opportunity for Commonwealth rounds. Now, let us hone in on the numbers, right? So, the United States is Grenada's main trading partner with 33% of our exports going to and 37% of our imports coming from the US. So, what are the things that are being imported by Grenada primarily? If we take a look at the import bill and the items that are being imported, can said items be sourced in the Caribbean or in alternative countries? Do they have to come from the US? Because a lot of times, too, what we source from the US is sourced elsewhere. No? For example, Lisa Hannah brought up Timu and Shein. A lot of people order their stuff, have the stuff come to the US, and then get sent to Jamaica. Did you know that? There are people who have their stuff delivered to addresses in the US and then sent to Jamaica. Is that necessary?
Yeah, but moments. The thing is, I don't think it would ever get to that level. That's why I'm saying the thing with that bully, when you're used to like pushing over people and getting what you want, you never expect that that same person is going to stand up one day, right? And America really have more to lose because a lot of it would never get to that point because a lot of those billionaires in America, they do business all over the world. They are going to be the one that's in Donald Trump's office saying like, look, you can't do this. Like they are going to be the one that's calling the shot. The same way what's his name? The Apple guy, what's his name? Cook? What's his name?
Don't ask me. I don't remember right now.
Yeah, so the same way the Apple guy went in his office and said, look, you cannot do this because China is the one that
Tim Cook.
Tim Cook, yeah. China is the one that supply all of our phones and stuff like that. And it's been known that look, if he put tariff on China where the iPhone and stuff is concerned, iPhone is going to cost like $3,000, they said. So I don't think it will ever get to that point because all of these Amazon, these Samsung, these iPhone, all of these big companies, the Louis Vuitton, the Prada, all of these big companies, they have their hands all over the world. America is not a success story by itself as much as Donald Trump want us to believe that everybody bowed down and kiss his foot or whatever, because without America, the world fall apart. We're all intertwined, and Americans like to spend. When people in China can ban them belly, or when the government can switch off something because a communist government, you can't switch off in America because America is the most capitalist market in the world. So it's never going to get to that point. Never.
All right. Thank you for your input. Adesoji, do you have a rebuttal? Because I saw.
No. It's not so much as a rebuttal. It's just an addition to what James said.
Okay.
It's an indictment on the democratic system within the United States that it takes a broligarch. That's the new name for them. They're broligarchs now. All those billionaires, that they're the ones that can call the photos actions as detrimental to the United States. And I say that to say this: if you cannot listen to economists, you cannot listen to lawyers, you're not following any set of rules. Are you governing? I don't know. It's just a question, but I'm sure in the coming days we'll understand whether he is or not. But because this is just chaotic, you're just throwing out tantrums. People are calling your bluff. You're coiling back into fetal position and you're screaming, oh, while sucking your thumb and playing with your navel. Oh, I've won. And the clapping seals are cheering you on. What is going on? Are you?
All right. Thank you, everyone, for your input. Go
I,
right ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Who's that? Ja?
yeah, it's
Aren't you
me.
supposed to be resting your voice, Ja?
I'm cooking.
Okay. Okay.
I think he's just testing where he can move and where he can't move. That's all I wanted to say.
All right. Next time, put it in the chat and rest your throat, please. Thank you. Um. Ah, boy. Let's see where we go. But I want to get back to the two articles and then we want to move on. But I think it is time for countries to be proactive. I think it is time for us to recognize that there are opportunities abounding out there. The US is not the end all. This is not where the buck stops, right? And more so, I will use this sentence to support my argument or I should say this paragraph to support my argument out of the article. The Commonwealth realms, of which Grenada is one of the group of 15 states within the Commonwealth, which share King Charles III as head of state. Together, this group, which contains the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, alongside most of the English-speaking Caribbean and some island states in the Pacific, would constitute a bloc with the third largest economy in the world at US $7.4 trillion. Remember, combined, there's a population of over $158 million. Tap in and tap out. That's what I'm gonna do. Go ahead and then we move on.
Women's, just to add to what you said, right?
Yeah.
You're saying it's time for countries to buckle down. Country has been buckling down. The only difference is it's not covered in the media here in the West. If we look at what's happening with BRICS, if we look at what's happening with places like Indonesia, right? Look at what just happened with Argentina. Look at what's going on generally in the global South. Countries have been buckling down. It's just that by the time we in the US realize other countries have been buckling down, it might be too late. But countries are putting things in place. A lot of bilateral agreements have been taking place behind the scenes. A lot of trading has been taken outside of the regular Chicago exchange and all the exchanges that the US could formally monitor. For instance, China, Brazil trade and stuff like that. A lot of it is happening off the radar. Russia, India, a lot of it is happening off the radar. So it is not directly in our face, but it is happening.
Good.
By the time we realize it's happening, it will be too late.
Yeah. Sorry, Robert.
Last comment. Last one,
Yeah.
James. Last one.
Yeah.
Right,
What are the crazy thing about what is going on? The fact is the first president, like I see, say, you know what? The person who can come up with the most money, I'll come and visit you first. You know, that just sound like gold diggerish, right? Yeah, no, so your closest allies, like Canada, like Canada, your very closest ally, like Mexico, all of the other countries that you're so close with, but you decide that the first country that can come up with the most money, I'm going to go visit them. So here we go, Saudi Arabia.
I have to check. I was about to say something and I remember I have to censor myself. I was about to say something and I think y'all know where my head is because you've been here with me long enough to know my thoughts already, not the nicest ones. All right, so it is time for us to move on. It is now time for stories out of Latin America. We have one Latin America story for you today, and it's relating to Venezuela. Oh, we're living in interesting times, to say the least. I'll just say that. Really interesting times. So let me go ahead and put this up. As the Trump administration ends temporary deportation protection for 350,000 Venezuelans. So, mi gente. President Donald, I'm sorry, I need to say this first. Article, courtesy of the Associated Press via WSVN.com. President Donald Trump's administration is ending protections that shielded roughly 350,000 Venezuelans from deportation, leaving them with 2 months before they lose their right to work in the U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem's order affects 348,202 Venezuelans living in the U.S. with temporary protected status slated to expire in April. That's about half of the approximately 600,000 who have protection. The remaining protections are set to expire at the end of September. The termination notice will be published on Wednesday and go into effect 60 days later. It's among the latest Trump administration actions targeting the immigration system, as officials work to make good on promises of cracking down on people illegally living in the country and to carry out the largest mass deportation effort in U.S. history. News of the decision threw Venezuelans living and working in the U.S. into a turmoil. A 48-year-old Venezuelan by the name of Henry Carmona said, I feel like I'm in limbo. I will be undocumented beginning in April. I cannot go back to Venezuela. I can go to jail. I fear for my life. In Venezuela, Carmona said he worked as a painter for a government company, but didn't support the administration of President Nicolas Maduro. He was beaten by paramilitary forces close to Maduro, he said, and decided to leave. Carmona arrived in the US in 2022 and reunited in Miami with his wife and 17-year-old daughter. The three requested TPS. He works in construction and said he'll explore other ways to stay in the US legally. Congress created TPS in 1990 to prevent deportations to countries suffering from natural disasters or civil strife, giving people authorization to work in increments of up to 18 months. About 1 million immigrants from 17 countries are protected by TPS. Venezuelans comprise one of the largest beneficiaries. In the decision, the Department of Homeland Security said conditions have improved enough in Venezuela to warrant ending protective status. Well, what can I say?
Hold on. What did you just read now?
Ay, mira, no escuchando, ¿no?
Yes, see. What did you just read?
Trump.
That last part.
Oh, the last part. Okay.
Yeah. Read it.
In
I
the
get my
decision,
voice too.
the Department of Homeland Security
Mhm.
said conditions have improved enough in Venezuela to warrant ending protective status. It's time for you to go home.
Okay. So on the same breath, you're the same one that is saying Maduro is running. Listen to that. You see? That's why sometimes it's good to listen.
No. Listen, no good.
Adesoji, you beat me to it because it's the same administration that is saying Maduro is not the legitimate
Thank you
president
very
of Venezuela.
And how many times have I asked you to stop thinking and stop listening? Stick to the surface. What is the problem? I don't want to learn. Listen, them must know something we don't know, right? There has to be more news out there that we are not privy to. And I want to say that we do a good job of sourcing articles from outside the US as well. And there seems to be a common thread that, there is disruption, if you want to call it that. I don't know. That's the people that back at them country. The people them right here in Miami, them not happy. I can tell you that. They are not happy at all. I came across, but you know something, we are in FAFO season. This is not the first rodeo. That particular community, they felt the brunt of the decisions that were made in the first go around back 2016 to 2020. But how quickly we forget. So there, I think it was on was it the Shade Room that had put up, hold on a second, let me double check real quick. I was laughing hysterically when I saw this video, and I shouldn't be, because I do sympathize. I do empathize, but I saw a video with them doing a concert and pretty much singing and dancing and carrying on, doing the most. And no, they're like, this has to be a mistake. No, it's not a mistake, baby. It's not a mistake, young lady. They told you what was going to happen, but you didn't listen. You didn't listen. And a lot of people who have family members in the TPS program who are Venezuelan and they're here legally, they're citizens. They voted for Trump because they voted on the premise that their family members were going to be okay. But when folks on the other side of the aisle were trying to explain to them that's not what's going to happen, they said, no, no, he's going to protect me. I'm going to be safe. I will not have to go home. Well, I'm sorry. I mean, I don't know. Do we have any words of sympathy?
Well, Gomez, you could understand that, because in his previous tenure, remember he recognized Juan Guaido as the president of Venezuela, and saying that Maduro did not win the elections and stuff. So these people probably thinking, well, if you could do something so outrageous, obviously those of us that run from the Nicolas Maduro regime would be safe. I think it's a logical thought process.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell him. And he's not, it's not. But how do you get rid of, how quickly do you plan to get rid of them? And we need just this number alone. Is it practical? How is getting rid of 600,000, well, I'm sorry, not 600,000, 350,000 people? What is the economic impact?
It's it's not so much as them doing it. It is the mental torture that it puts on people, on your kids, on families, the stress that you don't know whether when you step out the door and you might not be seeing your kids again, or your kids might not be seeing their dad again, because for some reason they'll, I don't want to go into it.
Right.
But it's sometimes is not, the number is to tell you for the clapping sales, is to give them an idea of what is considered a perceived problem, right? And so, again, what are they doing? They're manufacturing content. If the problem is this big, then please use all the power at your means to go after them. It's called manufacturing content. It's preparing the people that are your followers for the most dastardly thing you can do to these people. That's it. That's the point of those numbers. Now, one final thing. They're not talking to you. They're not talking to the people they're going after. They're talking to their supporters. And their supporters are cackling and saying, yes, this is what we signed up for. But the underbelly of that cackling is the fact that even they, the cacklers, are being stripped of their own humanity as we speak. Because a guy who is only a naturalized citizen of the United States has access to federal government data and is beholden to China. Do you, it's like, this is wild.
It's beyond wild.
It's like getting the fox to come and guard the chicken coop.
But let me ask you a question, Adesoji. What are your thoughts? Because sometimes I believe that everything that is going on right now, everything that is circulating in the media, the constant talk, do you think this is a distraction? There's something else going on, and everything, the chaos that we're consumed with right now. Do you think there's a distraction? This chaos is not serving as a distraction.
No, it's not a distraction. I'll go to James's countrywoman, Naomi Klein. She wrote a book in 2007, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, titled The Shock Doctrine. The premise of the book is there will come a time when governments in the West would push out legislation, actions that would have you open your mouth like, wow, that is horrendous. But the point is not the fact that you did wow. It is what you did after. If you said, wow, we cannot take that. Where is my representative? And you push back, then they won't do it again. But if you say, wow, and you go about your business, don't be shocked with the next thing that's coming, which is what these guys are doing. They're using the shock doctrine. They're shocking people. They've gone into, what's it called? They've gone into the federal payment system. They're concocting lies based on whatever suits the agenda. And the clapping seals are laughing. They're cackling, right? To make matters worse, yeah, you don't even know what is coming next, because that is just a primer. I yield.
Oh boy. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for that. Appreciate the input. All right, time for stories out. I'm sorry. Yeah, we're on the international scene now. Or stories on the international scene. Let me put these up. First up, um, I don't know. Thoughts and prayers is where I stand right now. I don't know. When we were busy talking about the repercussions of our choices and the consequences of our choices, people thought we were being ridiculous. And last year, I remember us saying that there were two things on the ballot boxes, two things. And America chose what they chose. And I have my thoughts about America choosing as well, based on, the voice of Kenneth Paxton. So that is very interesting indeed. All right, stories on the international scene. First up, sometimes I got to learn to behave myself. The first story on the international scene: more than 700 killed as DR Congo military fights M23 rebels. This article courtesy of Al Jazeera. At least 773 people have been killed in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo's DRC, largest city of Goma and its vicinity in a week, amid fighting with Rwanda-backed M23 rebels who captured the city in a serious escalation of a decade-long conflict, authorities have said. These figures remain provisional because the rebels asked the population to clean the streets of Goma. There should be mass graves, and the Rwandans took care to evacuate theirs. Congolese government spokesman Patrick Muyaya told a briefing on Saturday in capital Kinshasa, adding that the death toll could be higher. M23 is the most potent of more than 100 armed groups vying for control in DRC's mineral-rich east, which holds vast deposits critical to much of the world's technology. They are backed by about 4,000 troops from neighboring Rwanda, according to United Nations experts. The rebels' advance into other areas was slowed by the Central African nation's military, which recovered some villages from them. The military was weakened after it lost hundreds of troops, however, and foreign mercenaries surrendered to the rebels after the fall of Goma. Meanwhile, hundreds of Goma residents began returning to the city on Saturday after the rebels promised to restore basic services, including water and power supply. They cleaned up neighborhoods littered with debris from weapons and filled with a stench of blood. The UN peacekeeping chief, Jean Pierre Lacroix, on Friday said M23 and Rwandan forces were about 37 miles north of South Kivu's provincial capital, Bukavu, sorry. Lacroix said the rebels seemed to be moving quite fast, and capturing an airport a few kilometers away would be another really significant step. Goma's capture has brought humanitarian operations to a standstill, cutting off a vital lifeline for aid delivery across eastern DRC. That is according to a country director for the Mercy Corps aid group. The escalation of violence toward Bukavu raises fears of even greater displacement, while the breakdown of humanitarian access is leaving entire communities stranded without support. All right, so I will be the first to be very honest to say I'm a little confused with what's truly going on when we talk about, and I know I need to do a deep dive. I know I need to do some history, some research as it relates to history. not between Rwanda, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and to be able to gain a better understanding. Now, I will say I have listened to, by the way, do you have a program today at Adesoji? Are you on WBAI today?
Yes, I am. Yes, I
Okay.
am. And we're talking about the Orange Oath.
Okay. So I was listening to the program, was it last week or the week before last week, when
Last week.
last week when you and Milton were talking about the issue going on, the current state there. And I know Brother Milton is very agitated with what's going on. Now I just need myself, and I'm sure there are others like me who are not 100% in tune or have a proper understanding. If you can spare me 3 minutes, if we can do it in 3 minutes, you can give us a synopsis, a little bit about what's going on there.
Well, I'll do it for the king in country. On His Majesty's service. Okay, yes. So a quick one. I'll use people. I'll use people, and the reason I'll use people is we need to focus on the people. When legacy media reports about Congo, they report from the point of resources, right? So we're going to use the people.
Okay.
Right from 1884 up till 2023, there's been more than, and I kid you not, there are numbers to back what I'm about to tell you. There's been nothing less than 60 million people killed in Congo.
Oh.
Yes. 60 million. During Leopold times, we're talking 1884 to 1908, at least 20 million people lost their lives. In the war that happened in between 2006 and 2012, another 20 million lost. In between those timelines, there's been 1 million here, 500,000 there, 300,000 there. So if you bring all the numbers together, that 60 million will be a conservative number. So on that basis alone, it's been a walking disaster. And why do I say this? The idea of colonialism coming into Africa to civilize anyone is a ruse. And I repeat, a ruse. It's a big lie. The reason the colonialists came into Africa was because rather than there was the markets they created post the transatlantic slave trade were saturated, and they needed to create more markets, so they went into Africa. And one of the principal places they went into, led by one human being, one treacherous human being, King Leopold II, was the Congo. And he was adamant about what Congo was going to do. You could read his papers. I needed to make money. Fast forward to 2025. The reason that fight is going on is about money. Unfortunately, for them to get to that money, they literally have to do some of the most dastardly things to get at it. Women will be essayed, men will be killed or maimed, children, boys will be co-opted into fighting boy soldiers. So that is the essence of what you're looking at in the Congo. It's a fight for resources at the expense of people. I yield. God save the king, by the way.
You and your King Charles III. All right. Wow. Wow. That's a lot to the numbers, staggering.
And that's the part that is not often picked up by Western media. Because to do that, you know what it means. This is legacy media. They're driven by profits. If all you need to do is get bad press and you've lost your money. So they want to do what it is you and I do, which is bring the story, and the backstory to the people, so that you inform them. You don't have to entertain them. You're not in the business of entertainment. You're not a clown bouncing a ball on their nose. When you're not in the business of doing that, So this is people's lives. As we speak, people are losing their lives.
So let me ask you a question. Adesoji. So the M23, they belong to which country? Congo or Rwanda?
So so again, colonialism has done a number on Africans. You see all those lines, all those silly lines, has divided people to the point where you have Tutsis on the Rwandan side, you have some Tutsis in Congo, you also have some Tutsi in Rwanda, right? Now, with the way they skewed the number, thanks to Belgium, first and foremost, thanks to the Catholic Church, because they breeded that hierarchy of people. If you have a big head and you're tall, then you're much more smarter. This is what you should do. If you're of this height and you look like this is eugenics. Catholic Church practice that in Rwanda and Burundi, right? So now those people are spread across that space. Now with the cornering of borders, what you have is some of your people on that side, some of people on this side, on that side. In between them are people that we don't quite get along with. And because that place is a pretty small, if you look at Rwanda on the map, you have to use a microscope to actually see it because it's small. It's called the country of 7 hills. You can drive around it in 12 hours. So imagine you fitting all that people in there. So the space and all of that, Congo is vast. But Congo, with its vastness, also comes with problems. Literally everywhere you go is a rich resource. And people are constantly wanting to get at those resources without the people in the way. So what do? Either you scare people away, or if they choose not to move, you maim them. That's the problem. And I'll say this to, in fact, think of it this way: tin, tantalum, and tungsten.
The three T's.
The 3 T's have been coming out of Congo, a constant, even though this killing, maiming is going on. And so every time you put that phone in your pocket of that company that uses it, I don't want to call them, everybody knows what I'm referring to. You put that phone in your pocket, you're effectively putting blood in your pocket. That's what you're doing. And when the time you put it to your ear, that's what you're doing. Because if you fail to come to terms with what is going on and you're not asking questions, you're part of the problem. I yield.
All right. Thank you. Adesoji. And Adesoji will be live today on WBAI.org in New York
Just a
at
quick
12 p.m. Eastern. I'm sorry, 2 p.m. Eastern, right? 2 p.m. Eastern, right, Adesoji?
3 p.m. Eastern.
3 p.m. Eastern. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Adesoji. Go ahead,
just
Mr.
a
President.
quick question for Adesoji. Given all the dynamic in the Eastern Congo, how do we start to go forward to a permanent solution, if it's possible?
Yes, a solution is possible, but to do that, you first of all need, my people will say, if you want to solve a problem, first of all, you have to acknowledge you have a problem. We can't pretend as if the problem doesn't exist, or, people with multiple narratives. The narrative is clear. Everybody wants access to these resources. And in order to do so, you have to assert power. And how do you assert power? You all sorts of machinations. To answer your question, first and foremost, the what's it called? South African Development Commission must take the lead. After them, the AU must step in. In the Challenge of the Congo, written by Nkrumah in 1965, He said, and I quote, "It's not that the problem is irretractable. It's not that it can be solved. It's that at some point, you're going to have to determine that in order to bring peace, you also have to bring war. You have to bring war. It's necessary. Because these guys can come to the table, sign a piece of document, and they're back on the battlefield. But if you defeat them on the battlefield, once you come there and sign, you know what's coming next. So the AU has to decide, we're going in, and if you don't belong there, you don't belong there. Not that, let's talk. No, you do not belong there. That's it. I yield.
And we have to do some reflection, huh? We have to do some reflection. How can, we might sit here and say, well, what can we do about it?
You can do what they do in London. One of the flagship stores of Apple in London has been sort of picketed since 2000 and what's it called? I think it's 2018. Every day there's a protest outside. One day when I go into Central, I'll take a picture and send it to you. Every day there are Congolese there and fans, and this is across all colors. They are constantly drumming, singing, waving flags of Congo, pictures of the maiming and everything. So the place, yes, it's on one of the most expensive streets in London, barely has a footprint because nobody wants to be seen there. I mean, if we replicate the same thing across their stores all over the world, maybe they will take heed. But
can you only do it to to Apple? Aren't all phone stores,
yeah,
phone manufacturers complicit?
Yes, of course. But the thing is, one person's group of people cannot be in one place multiple times, multiple places at the same time. So you need this level of awareness to also say, okay, which other company uses those 3 T's I mentioned? And what can we do to affect their bottom line? Because that's the only way you get shareholders to sit up or management to sit up.
Yeah.
Because the moment and one thing they don't want is bad press. Once they know once they get bad press, it's not going to be easy to come back from. So yeah, they're all shiny toys and everything, but make memes, make videos, which there was somebody that, I think it was I think it was during the Blood Diamond, where every time you gave a diamond to your girlfriend, the thing just changed to blood on their finger. You put it around their neck, it changes to blood. You put it on their ear, it changes, the blood starts dropping on the shoulder. Those kind of shock videos are what they need to bring people to understand what is going on. I yield.
Well, some people will get it, some people won't. So it is up to us as consumers to impress upon the manufacturers, the businesses that we support. We have to change how we engage with them. We have, and money talks. At the end of the day, money is a language. It's an international language. It's a language of unification. It is the only language they understand. So we have to speak to them in money. So we have to think about how we can impress upon them with our spending habits that they have to move differently. Because at the end of the day, the people in these regions across the continent of Africa, the resource-rich areas, but the said resources that we need for our daily existence, right? They look like all of us here. They look like all of us here. So as much as we enjoy the comforts and conveniences of life, how did we come upon these conveniences? Yes, we need these resources, but it should not come at the cost of people's lives. It should not come at the cost of sacrifice. sacrificing human beings. It should not come at the cost of people fighting each other, turning on their own. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Just to buttress the point you're making. Also, to answer Lady Jazz's question in the chat, which is most mobile phones do. Yes. But there is a way you can slow down the progress of mobile phones. I still use a iPhone 7 Plus. I'm speaking to you through an iPhone 7 Plus. I don't upgrade my phone every other year. The way you can slow them down is that by saying, well, the one I have still works. Why should I go get another one? And besides, you have issues with this. Have you solved it? And then you get them to focus. That's a way. I'm not saying you have to completely switch off.
Right.
That would be nonsensical.
Right.
But the practical nature is you don't have to follow the impulses, which is every time there's a shiny new one, you go get it. So you're doing two things. You're helping the environment. You're also slowing down their growth. Because if you keep your phone and everybody keeps their phone like I did, nobody will be looking at iPhone 15, no talk of 16 coming out. But because there is that consumerism to the detriment of humanity, that's why you and I are speaking about this issue, hoping people do get to hear it, wherein they should have been much more aware of it. I yield.
Yeah. It's funny you said that because remember I just said, was it son number 4? We just changed his phone a 6, and the only reason his iPhone 6 got changed was because it done. When I said done, it done. The screen crack up properly. They when you call him, he have to call you back because you can't have a conversation unless he calls you back. Son number 3, he just got, we waited until the birthday, right? So son number 4 in December, he got his for his birthday. Son number 4. Son number 3 for his birthday in January, he got his change, which was also a 6. Yeah. Done out, screen up and mash up. Me not in it. Make it, and I have the phones and I'm going to take them and get them repaired. Go ahead, Mr. President.
So why is my co-workers laughing at my iPhone 1?
Let them go.
I am offended.
Now that's it. Now that's stretching it.
I had to come off mic on that one.
Do you know I still have one of the original iPhones? I still have one.
I do too. I just found it.
I need to charge it up. Go ahead, James.
Yeah. Every time you do that, son number 1, son number 2, me say it's so like you have like about 10 kids.
I have 4 boys, 4.
I know,
but men.
I know, but the way you number them, it's so like 10.
1, 2, 3, 4. Listen, sometimes me never remember their name. Yeah, I don't know how my father's mother did it with 8 children. I don't know how she remember them names. Lord have mercy. Me there struggle with 4.
I used to anytime I tell my son to go get something from my drawer, he will say, Dad, all your old phones are here. I said, yeah. Why not? I said, but some of them are so shiny. I said, yeah, that's because I'm not Butterfingers. You know.
Talking about Adesoji, so having a conversation with my mother last week, and my dad passed away in 2017, and yes, we have not got rid of his things yet. We have not. But anyway, she's going through some things because the pest control there to spray the place, and she's like, "Oh, I have some things, put together to throw out." So I said, "What you have in there?" She's like, "I found all his cell phones from." You remember the very first cell phone that came out? The big thing with the long antenna.
Oh, Motorola, the chunkies.
Yes, she has every phone he ever had.
Those are classics.
She going to throw them out. I said, "No, put them back." She said, "For what?" I said, "Me, I beg you, though. People will pay money to get them hands on those things. Put them back."
Facts.
So she said, "Okay, I'll put them back in his closet." Every single phone from yes, he was a Motorola junkie too. And the flip, all the razors, everything. Yeah, so we don't throw those things away. All right. Thank you for that conversation. Next up, China discovers 216 billion euros worth of rare earth. Boy, murder in a mine. See how China? Oh, yes, sir. There with 470,000 tons of critical minerals in Yunnan. This is a global game changer. Okay, let's get into this one. Article courtesy of dailygalaxy.com, dated January 29. China has every time I say China, I think about our darling president
Yeah,
when
they're
we say
off.
China. You know, China has dropped a rare earth bombshell, and the world is paying attention. A massive new deposit discovered in Yunnan province could redefine the balance of power in global technology and manufacturing. With an estimated 470,000 tons of critical minerals and a staggering value of 216 billion euros, this find cements China's iron grip on the supply chain, a sector that fuels everything from smartphones to stealth bombers. The discovery in Yunnan is no ordinary mine. Geological surveys confirm it holds some things I me can't pronounce, but we are going to try Prasidiumium or whatever. Me now go bite up my tongue and I don't laugh after the dolly. Neo D whatever. Some listen, done it, right? So, but some things what them say we need, and them say these four things are the lifeblood of modern technology. What I will go ahead and do this. Let me do this. I'm gonna copy it and I'm gonna put it in the chat. And ja, don't laugh after me, Ja. You already know my history. Me now bite up my tongue on some words. So I copied them and I put them in the chat on YouTube. And you can see it right there. So anyway, back to the article. So these four things: precio, neo, dis, and terbium, the lifeblood of modern technology. These elements power electric vehicles, renewable energy grids, and military hardware, making them some of the most sought after resources on the planet. According to Dr. Li Wei from the China Geological Survey, the magnitude of this discovery is unparalleled. Is this going to be a game changer?
Moments, where did they find these? Did they find it in China?
In China, yes. The
Oh, okay.
Yunnan in China, the Yunnan province, 470,000 tons of critical minerals with a staggering
Okay.
value of 216 billion euros. Mhm.
I'm gonna have to find a Chinese girlfriend and learn Mandarin.
Won't the United States need to go and protect China?
This is going to be interesting. This is very interesting indeed. I want to see how this one is going to unfold. What is the response going to be? Could this, and I don't think it was just a recent discovery, quite frankly. I think this has been there. And the reason I'm saying that is, didn't we just talk about the EV market in China? Didn't we just talk about, was it last week or the week before?
Well, it was last week.
Last week, yeah. And how much more affordable their EV vehicles are?
Yeah, but that's not because of the new minerals. I mean, they control the supply chain in a lot of areas. Remember, they just stopped the export of precious metals to the US, right?
Mhm.
And the EV market has been way ahead, because what happened is they didn't try to catch up with the traditional vehicle markets. They realized it was too far behind. So they leapfrogged and do their research and experiment and go into the EV market. Now they're the best in it. Most efficient. They have the supply chain, they have the manufacturing capacity, they have everything it takes. So that's what pushing them ahead. And you can't beat them on price. So And by all intents and purposes, they are as luxurious as the models we are accustomed to. They're high tech, and they're even more efficient battery wise and stuff compared to the Tesla. The Tesla is seen in many respects to be an inferior car to them. So they bet on the future.
And the thing, the Cybertruck, anybody buy the Cybertruck probably blind. That's the ugliest thing I've ever seen in my life. Look like a garbage truck.
Not only it look like a garbage truck,
It's
it
so
sounds
ugly.
like a garbage truck. You have one of them roll up beside it. It's like a tin pan. Like a tin pan. But I'm not knock it. I mean, people will say they have a piece of history. It is what it is. You know, them like what them like, and you know.
Yeah, a piece of oddity. I mean, yeah. Some people would say even a primate when he gives birth to his baby will still say it's gorgeous. But hey, it is.
Oh, come on now. You know.
Yeah, but moments. You know what? I don't know if you ever saw it. Someone post a old garbage bin from India.
Yes, that is the
You saw it?
original design.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the design. Yeah.
That's the original
Yeah.
design. Yeah. It's not the brainchild of Tesla. It's from somewhere else. Let's say that. All right. So next up in our China, we're still with you. China to build major railway linking Tanzania and Burundi for mineral transport. Let's go ahead. Was it last week or the week before? It was the US that was building a railway in the northern part of Nigeria. Am I right?
No, from Angola going into the same Congo.
Yeah,
and remember they had
the Lobito, yeah.
Yeah, and they was looking at extending it to the eastern part of the Congo where we have all the conflicts now too.
Right. Listen, so many stories surrounding Africa and inroads and this and that, and everybody want a piece. Everybody want a piece of the East. As Buju Banton said in his song, I could have what's about the East. Everybody want a piece. Anyway, let's get into this article. Thank you for the reminder, gentlemen. Mr. Days, this is the one thing I will say when it comes to YouTube Live. I miss the days when we were just on internet radio where I could drop my little songs, but we can't afford the copyright infringement, so we have to keep it going. We have to improvise, them say. All right, so China to build a major railway linking Tanzania and Burundi for mineral transport. This article courtesy of Africa.businessinsider.com. So Tanzania and Burundi have partnered with two Chinese firms to construct a railway linking the two countries, facilitating the transport of, anybody want to take a guess? Metals, including battery. Including battery mineral nickel to Dar es Salaam's port. The $2.15 billion project will be developed by China Railway Engineering Group Limited and the China Railway Engineering Design and Consulting Group. Tanzania's transport minister made the announcement during the signing ceremony, which was held on Wednesday last week. Tanzania's finance minister stated that the project will be financed by the African Development Bank. The 175-mile standard gauge railway is expected to transport 3 million metric tons of minerals annually. This is according to Tanzania's finance ministry in the report done by Reuters. For years, China has been Africa's largest trading partner, securing major infrastructure deals for roads, railways, and power plants under its Belt and Road Initiative. Earlier this year, the China Development Bank approved a $254.76 million loan. This is what I was talking about, to Nigeria to support constructing a key railway project, reinforcing China's long-standing commitment to African infrastructure development. In 2023, President Jinping pledged nearly $51 billion in funding for Africa, promising more infrastructure projects and the creation of at least 1 million new jobs. After a period of slowdown, Chinese investment in Africa saw a resurgence last year, with lenders approving $4.6 billion in loans, the first major increase since 2016. Between 2000 and 2023, China injected $182.28 billion into the continent, solidifying its position largest creditor. While these investments have spurred economic growth and development, concerns are mounting, of course, over the long term implications, including rising debt levels, economic dependency, and the environmental and social impact of large scale infrastructure projects. Question: this railway, are they going to make it a dual purpose? And by that I mean, in addition to transporting minerals, can it be used for?
No.
Okay, Lord jeez, have you never wait for me?
If you notice, they specifically put to transport minerals. If you're doing a railway that will be dual, you don't need to mention to transport minerals. Secondly,
Oh, shit.
listen,
Go ahead, don't worry about me. Go on. Go chew this out. Go chew this out.
listen, Africa is missing like real opportunities here, right? We're so busy trying to fight amongst and squabble amongst ourselves. Africa right now, if you're going to use China and use rail and all the stuff like that, Africa now is in a position where they could have the best high-speed rail network in the world. The fact that the borders of Africa, you could barely travel from one country to another. If we go on an Africa Development Infrastructure Plan where all the countries chip in, and we start to link new cities via high-speed rail, improving road networks and stuff like that, Africa don't even need the world. You have the youngest average population by far, okay, in terms of age and quantity. So you have the biggest consumer base.
Mhm.
All we need to do is to pull ourselves together. We have all the resources. We don't have multiple seasons and all that. So that even aid in the construction and so on, because you don't have to cater for too much variables when it comes to those things. Why are we only building rails to connect ports to mines?
Mhm.
That's all we're doing. And you're talking about, we can do proper infrastructure that allows us to mine our materials and get it, but also to connect major hubs for give access to free movement of people and resources and develop Africa. Take a long-term plan like China, put a 50-year plan in place for Africa and take it where it's not supposed to go to stop young African boys and girls from getting on boats to go to Europe, which is ailing. Europe is on its way down. But yet still we live in the land of the greatest opportunity that exists in our time to go to a place where the average age is 40 years. Look at Italy, look at the UK. They're all aged. France, as they lose their economy, will be worse than a third world country. They cannot exist without the African states that have been propping them up forever. Why are we not focused inward? I yield.
Thank you. Thank you for raising that point. Interesting question. I would hope that it would not just be for minerals, the transport of minerals. I would hope it would be for tourism. Let me call it tourism. Travel, ease of access for citizens of these countries to move. But could I what's about the East? Everybody want a piece. Got you. I know.
Yeah, okay.
Got you.
What's it called? Yes, to buttress what the president said, that line is specifically for what it is designated for. What's it called? For minerals. But we need not despair. Why do I say that? Actually, in 1976, China, at the time it was called the Republic of China, donated a railway that ran from Zambia, hinterland of Zambia, to Tanzania. It was named the Tazam Railway. It was built and donated for free. in 1976. That's give or take 49 years ago, right? And it's still operational till today. So that is a people's line. It is not gotten anything to do with goods. So if you want to upgrade that, you already have a platform to upgrade. You can then extend it anywhere else that the demand is. And, it gives you a chance to, what's the word? Upgrade. So sometimes you don't have to start from scratch. You can just carry on what has been going on before. Just like the UK. You have some of the most extensive railway lines. Some of them, maybe once a day. That's when the train runs that area. But the railway lines are still there. So you could build on that. And so sometimes we don't really need to reinvent the wheel. The thing I would say with regards to this one is, who's going to pay for it?
You, boo. You know what I'm saying? Who go chat me, boo? Well, you
But
go
in
pay, boo.
the African Development Bank offer the loan. The
Yeah,
loan is not enough to cover
yeah.
the project. What you're saying is just a part of the project. You're financing
So
it,
it's
so you
being
have to know where
financed.
the money is coming from to pay for it. How did they approve the loan? Unless we have another IMF development where they give you loans you cannot afford, so they could come back and keep you in a stranglehold for 300 years.
No, I don't think the IMF will fund a Chinese project on the African continent. That would be like giving further to your enemy. No, they would.
The African Development Bank did.
Okay.
I think they had them listed as
Yeah,
finance.
in the
financing it.
article, they are the financiers.
Okay.
In this one. Yeah. All right, interesting. Next up on the international scene, thank you, gentlemen. Israel's Netanyahu heads to the U.S. to meet with Trump. He should be here already, as a matter of fact. Article courtesy of NPR.org, and yes, NPR was, along with PBS, was booted by Pentagon. Okay, let's get into this article. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said on Sunday he will discuss victory over Hamas, countering Iran, and expanding diplomatic relations with Arab countries in his meeting with US President Donald Trump. Tuesday's meeting at the White House will be Trump's first with a foreign leader since returning to office. It comes as US and Arab mediators begin the daunting work of brokering the next phase of an agreement to wind down the war in the Gaza Strip and release dozens of militant-held hostages. Hamas, which has quickly reasserted its control over Gaza since the ceasefire took hold last month, has said it will not release the hostages slated to go free in the second phase without an end to the war and the full withdrawal of Israeli forces. Netanyahu, who is under mounting pressure from far-right governing partners to resume the war after the first phase ends in early March, has said Israel is still committed to victory over Hamas and the return of all hostages captured in the militants' October 7, 2023 attack that triggered the war. It's unclear where Trump stands in all this. He has been a staunch supporter of Israel, but has also pledged to end wars in the Middle East and took credit for helping to broker the ceasefire agreement. The deal was halted, has halted the fight. I would say pause, has halted the fighting led to the release of 18 hostages who had been held for over 15 months, as well as hundreds of Palestinians imprisoned by Israel. Netanyahu embraces Trump's call for peace through strength. Now, I don't know, but telling her last week or the week before, when the 2,000-pound bombs were approved for release, the same bombs that Biden put a cease on, that Trump said they're to get them because they paid for them. I have some serious concerns. I do have some serious concerns. Reason being, and to go over my concerns, number one, you're allowing them to go back to northern Gaza. There's nothing there. It's all rubble, right? No, I think there is a plea for tents so that people can pitch tents on them land, right? But you're allowing them to go back at, and I know I'm going to sound like a broken record. At the same time that the 2,000-pound bombs are being released, at the same time when the land is being admired, at the same time when we're asking other countries to take them. It's unclear where Trump stands in all this. I don't think it's unclear. I don't think it's unclear at all. So let us see what the fruits of this conversation are going to be, or what the fruit is going to be. Couldn't they have a Zoom call? No, a Zoom call wasn't in the picture. No Zoom call whatsoever could have happened.
Yep, you have to come and touch cheek to cheek and press flesh.
All right, next. Pro-Israel AI bot goes off the rails, calls IDF soldiers colonizers, and demands Palestinian statehood. Lops me a lops. This article, courtesy of futurism.com. Let me go ahead and pin it here on YouTube. Away with that one. Let's get into this one. An AI-powered social media bot, seemingly deployed to boost pro-Israel narratives online, appears to be going wildly off script, instead criticizing the Israeli and American governments in strongly worded missives. As the Israeli newspaper Haaretz reports, an account called Fact Finder AIX on X, formerly Twitter, appears to be one of many designed to bolster pro-Israel digital campaigning efforts using generative AI. Except, like a deeply confused activist, the bot keeps radically switching sides, even in one instance flagged by Haaretz, denouncing the Israeli Defense Force as white colonizers in apartheid Israel. It's a perfect example of why deploying AI for anything important, never mind geopolitical communications, is still a profoundly risky proposition. The unreliable tech can easily embarrass you in ways so unpredictable that they're unintentionally comical. So hold on, let me ask you a question. Aren't they programmed by, isn't the program controlled by somebody? Or it just get up and have a mind of its own? You create it and then it just do its own thing. How AI work? How it work in this case?
No, once you create a bot, you give you a set of instructions and scenarios.
You give it a set of what?
Instructions and scenarios.
Uh-huh.
So based on the scenarios that it's working with, it will respond accordingly. And if it's triggered by something, it might skew like what is happening here.
So, folks, we're having some technical issues, and I do apologize as it relates to fan base. We have been kicked out quite a bit, and I do apologize for the quality that you're getting because of the constant kicking out. Not sure what's going on, but let's try and get back into the space so we can continue the conversation if we can find a space. And it seems as though we're having some issues finding the space on Fanbase. Ah, my apologies. All right, let's see if we can get back in. All right, I'm back, folks.
And that really surprised them because it flipped on them because it actually even said that they was committing genocide. This article was the team version of what actually happened, and they pulled it very, very fast.
Yeah, some of the things even in this article I can't say. Woo. Yep.
Could you send it to me, please? His Majesty's government would like to have a look. So we know what our friends have been up to. Friends in inverted commas.
I was about to say. Let me send it over to you right now before I forget.
Come on, we're British. We gave you the language, so we know how to use it.
All
That
right.
was practically embarrassing for them though, because they were supposed to be the good guys.
Who? Who was supposed to be the good guy?
Israel.
Oh yeah, I
If
forgot.
if your own bot AI bot that you put out come back to tell you you're a fascist state, what does that say about you?
The UFA state.
Oh Lord, 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 Lord. All right, we're gonna take a quick break, and when we get back, we have stories out of North America. So we're not going to behave ourselves, you know. We're not going to behave ourselves. I don't want to put you gentlemen in timeout. We haven't had a timeout session in a long, long time. All right, time for a quick break, and when we return, we have stories out of North America. Also coming up later on, we have business and tech news, health and science news, and I think we have some believe it or not stories too. Yep. All right, folks, we will be right back. Coffee and Toe is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. Coffee House. All right, want to say a big thank you. House. Want to say a big thank you once again to everyone joining me for Coffee Into World News on the Go, 4 hours filled with news from around the world. Always great conversation and music. Coffee Into streams live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play, JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station, and MadMusicHouse.com for any genre, anytime. We are also live on YouTube starting at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Remember to go ahead and subscribe. We invite you to check out past episodes. Check out the podcast, which is also available on YouTube. But don't forget to subscribe, like, share, and leave a comment. We want to welcome our studio audience and say thank you to our studio audience, courtesy of Fanbase and my Fanbase family. Remember, you can go to www.coffeeinto.com and follow Coffee in Tow on your social media platforms. And you also have a link there to help Coffee in Tow grow. All right. That being said, time for stories out of North America. First up, it is Black History Month. Let us talk about this for a little bit before we go any further. What is the 2025 theme for Black History Month? The 2025 Black History Month theme, African Americans and Labor, focuses on the significant role that labor has played in shaping the Black experience throughout history. February the 4th is a day in Black history that commemorates the birth of Rosa Parks, a civil rights pioneer, and other important events. So, Rosa Parks' birth. On February 4, 1913, Rosa Parks was born in Tuskegee, Alabama. Parks's refusal to give up her seat to a white man on a bus in Montgomery, Alabama in 1955 sparked the modern civil rights movement. Her arrest and conviction led to a boycott of city buses by Black residents of Montgomery. The boycott lasted for for 13 months and was led by Martin Luther King Jr. The Supreme Court eventually ruled to outlaw segregation on public transportation. Well, here are some other events in Black history on February 4th. In 1786, John Morant, a free Black man from New York City, preached to white people and American Indians in Greens Harbor, Newfoundland. In 1986, the Sojourner Truth stamp was issued. Sojourner Truth was an enslaved woman in New York who was born Isabella Baumfree in 1797 and gained her freedom in 1828. So that is our Black History moment. All right. Okay. Next up, in our stories out of North America, we're starting in Canada. Ontario ends contract with Musk's Starlink over US tariffs, courtesy of BBC.com. Ontario. The leader of Ontario, Canada's most populous province, has said that American companies will be banned from provincial government contracts until the US ends the tariffs between President Donald Trump, or I should say that President Donald Trump imposed on Canada. Ontario Premier Doug Ford also emphasized that his government would be ripping up its Canadian 100 million or 68 million US dollar contract with Elon Musk's satellite internet company, Starlink. Ontario will not do business with people hell bent on destroying our economy, said Ford, who was running in the province snap election he called last week. Trump and Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau spoke on Monday about the 25% import tax on Canadian goods that the US president announced at the weekend. Trump said in the Oval Office on Monday they had a good talk, but that he raised a number of issues he saw as trade irritants. I'm sure you're shocked to hear that, but Canada is very tough, he said. They're very, very tough to do business with, and we can't let them take advantage of us. The president has given a number of reasons in recent months for threatening tariffs on Canada, from border security to trade deficits and the country's failure to meet NATO defense spending targets. The pair are scheduled to speak again soon. Canada, what's up? Canada said, get the liquor out of here, especially if they're from the red state. Canada had no choice but to hit back and hit back hard. Well, and the truth is, Canada did not start the fight. The US started it. Well, Ford has targeted Starlink in that effort after his Ontario government partnered with the internet firm. The province launched a program with Starlink last November that would offer high-speed internet, satellite internet access to 15,000 eligible unserved and underserved homes and businesses. Musk, the CEO of SpaceX, Starlink's parent company, is one of Trump's closest allies, and I would like to think he's more than that. But, let me mind my business. All right, so go Canada. All right, next up, Trump's antagonism risks pushing allies closer to China. This one is courtesy of NBCnews.com, and we have a sound bite. Let me go ahead and get that going for us here. All right, let's take a listen. Where are you, soundbite? Where are you? Go ahead. Somebody was going to say something. Go ahead.
I hope you get a commission on that story moments. Those are the same stories we brought here. We talk about this before.
You know what? Are we trailblazers? Let's take a listen. All right, play for me, play. Okay, you're not playing today. All right, refresh. And let's get into it. Okay, the ad is playing. I'm not playing no ad. Give it a couple seconds and then it will run. Let me put the link on YouTube in the meantime. And just a big thank you once again to everyone here with me. Thank you for your patience and thank you for your support. All right, let's get into it.
By foreign leaders and Democrats. Tonight, President Trump's new tariffs blasted by foreign leaders and Democrats here at home.
It's going to just do one thing. It will raise prices for American consumers.
Even as Republicans rush to the president's defense for imposing 25% tariffs on goods from Mexico and Canada and 10% on items from China.
If prices go up, it's because of other people's reactions to America's laws.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau retaliating with his own 25% tariffs on U.S. imports and speaking directly to the American people.
Tariffs against Canada will put your job at risk. They will raise costs for you, including food at the grocery store, gas at the pump.
And it's getting personal. Last night in an NHL hockey game in Ottawa, Canadian fans booed the singing of the U.S. national anthem. This morning, President Trump writing on social media that Canada should become our cherished 51st state. The president, who campaigned on promises of lowering costs for Americans, also acknowledging prices could go up, posting, "Will there be some pain? Yes, maybe," adding, "It will all be worth the price that must be paid." White House officials said the tariffs will help with border security and accused Mexico of having an alliance with drug traffickers. Mexico's president pushing back, saying we categorically reject the White House's slander against the Mexican government of having alliances with criminal organizations. Mexico also says it will now implement its own new tariffs on the U.S. And China says it's going to file a lawsuit with the World Trade Organization and take countermeasures of its own.
Yamiche is joining us now from West Palm Beach in Florida, where she's traveling with the president. Yamiche, it's possible President Trump isn't done yet when it comes to tariffs, right?
That's right. Yesterday, White House officials said if any country tried to retaliate, the U.S. could increase President Trump's tariffs even more. So this trade war could just be getting started. Hallie?
Somber gathering on runway 33 today. Dozens of loved ones of the 67 victims
So
of
we
the
also have another clip. I'm just going to go ahead and play that one. Where is the
USAID. Also tonight, it seems like dramatic changes are happening at USAID. That's the agency responsible for providing help to developing countries and those in crisis. Vaughn Hilliard joins us now. So, Vaughn, what's going on here, and how is Elon Musk involved?
Right, Hallie. This amounts to a gutting of this key agency. NBC News has learned from several sources that in the past week, more than 1,000 senior civil workers and contractors were fired, furloughed, or placed on leave. USAID's website has been offline for more than 24 hours now. And I'm also told that this weekend, the director and deputy director of the agency's security office were put on leave after refusing access to secure files to Elon Musk's Doge office. In just the last hours, Musk calling the agency criminal and saying it's time for it to die. USAID is the backbone of the U.S.'s humanitarian assistance around the world. And the Trump administration has also frozen billions of dollars of foreign aid that runs through it. Several Democratic lawmakers tonight are saying the crippling of USAID undercuts America's national security.
Senior
All right,
business
and before we start a conversation, before we have a conversation, there's another video that I want to play as well. I have to jump over to TikTok to retrieve it. Treasury Department. Of course, we covered that. Hold on. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where are you? Where are you? Where? Okay, here we go. Interesting take.
We have some news right now. The Trump administration has completely shut down the USAID website, which is the agency responsible for humanitarian assistance around the world.
No. USAID is not just a humanitarian aid organization. It is a front in order to run covert intelligence ops around the world to do coups and regime change operations and all kinds of other criminal activities. In the mid-2000s, USAID was exposed for building a, quote, fake Cuban Twitter designed to lure in young users and slowly feed them anti-government content to spark protests. USAID was also involved in the 2014 coup in Ukraine, which some argue has led to the war in Russia now. And this stuff goes back decades and decades and decades. In 1973, USAID helped pump in millions of dollars to overthrow a democratically elected leader, Salvador Allende, to install a dictatorship that would be more friendly to U.S. interests. The organization is also involved in other sketchy activities like this, pause to read, and also this very interesting rabbit hole if you want to go down it. All the while, USAID was actively pressuring media organizations around the world to censor certain narratives. My point is, I'm sure there are some people on the ground doing good work at USAID. I'm sure there's good people doing good work. But at its core, it is a criminal organization. I just thought people would benefit from knowing this context.
Is he spewing dangerous rhetoric, or is there any truth to what he's saying? But hang tight before we go on. Ja, thank you for sending over this article, which can be found on khou.com. As we know by now, yesterday, President Donald Trump on Monday agreed to a 30-day pause in his tariff threats against Mexico and Canada as America's two largest trading partners took steps to appease his concerns about border security and drug trafficking. The pauses provide a cool down period after tumultuous few days that put North America on the cusp of a trade war that risked crushing economic growth, causing prices to soar, and ending two of the United States' most critical partnerships. So it's on pause, it's not out the door. So let us not get too happy yet. So, back to, I know we listened to quite a few things a while ago. We listened to quite a few things. Anybody wants to go ahead of me? Anybody want to share your thoughts or comments?
You know, you told me not to talk, but I can't type. So the thing with TikTok and saying that that aid organization was part of a criminal enterprise, United States is being run by a criminal right now. So I'm just confused. It does not make any sense to me.
Oh boy.
They did not detract from that, right? He just didn't get any real sentence. Can someone tell me that I'm wrong? He's still a felon, right? They just didn't give him any time.
Comments. I miss most of the stories. But
All right,
you
let
know
me give it a headline. Let me give it a headlines. Trump's antagonism risks pushing US allies closer to China. Then we have the follow-up to that. Trump agrees to pause tariffs on Mexico, Canada after they pledge to boost border enforcement. We also have the one with which one I played? Did I play
the
the one that
USAID, right? Did you play something
USAID?
about
Okay, yes, USAID. So the first one for USAID, their security leaders have been removed, after refusing Elon Musk's Deutsche employees access to secure systems. Then I played the TikTok video, which had an interesting perspective. I never heard that before, an interesting take that, the person's saying there's a lot they're not telling you about USAID. And the person in that video was saying it's a criminal organization. It's just a front.
But you know my position on charity porn. A lot of these so-called charity organizations around the world is just there to seek their own interests. There is nothing good coming out of it. Most Save the Children been saving children from since Adam was a lad, and up to now, like they ain't saved nobody because you're still seeing the same picture with the same kid with the same fly on its lip, with the same big stomach for the last 50 years. So I don't know who children they're saving. So it's just like they're running this organization, just literally flisting people in the name of charity. Because if you're doing charity, we could see, okay, let's fund a project. Let's fund an irrigation project somewhere that would improve the lives of farmers in the area in perpetuity. Good, we fund that. But you trying about, oh, save the children, you're not saving any children. The statistics are not moving. All of them is scam. That's why I call it charity porn.
So are you saying we need some of these children that were saved to now come back and say, I was part of it? Do we need those receipts?
No, you don't need necessarily that receipt. But Javid, if I'm working in an area implementing a program to save kids, okay, how could I be in the same area for 50 years, saving kids from generation after generation? How can that be an effective program? You don't necessarily need everybody that gets $50 to say they get $50, but you have to put systems in place so that these people could see for themselves, could fend for themselves. So look, let's look at Haiti. The Red Cross allegedly built some 400 homes or whatever in Haiti, right? When you look at it, the transcript about 3 or 4 that was built, but the money they collected for Haiti, the Haitian people never get it. So where did it go? After the earthquake, right? So much people donate for the earthquake, and yet still to this day, there are still Haitians with tarpaulin on the roof. And the homes you say you build, when you really look into it, it was not true. It's some temporary things you put in place, and you said it homes your bills and all kind of stuff. And the Red Cross organization like the Red Cross has been doing that for centuries. So it's better we fund a particular project with a particular objective, and we achieve that objective and stop the charity porn.
I agree with you that there is millions and billions of dollars that have been wasted. I agree with you that we should have specific people running specific projects and get it done. But I also want to say in these same countries, you still have the same ridiculous mindset where they're fighting each other, they're killing each other. And I don't know if that's because nothing is really being done to help them. I don't know if that is done to create separation, which I'm going to lean more toward that. Because when you have people that are separated, that's when you can come in and destroy. So when do we change this? And it's not just happening in these outer countries, it's happening all around the world. So how do we change this, Mr. President? Is there a way that we can find non-corrupt people? Because I think there's been people that weren't corrupt, that once the money started flowing, they became corrupt. And now we have corruption running a country.
The non-corrupt is the biggest allies of the corrupt, because they often stay silent. We often stand on the sideline. But as you say, when that stop, it stopped when we start taking responsibility. We keep outsourcing our progress and our future. We keep outsourcing our responsibilities. At all levels, we have to start to take responsibility for what we do, for our actions, and for how we interact with each other. Unless we take responsibility and stop believing somebody's coming to save us, regardless of the situation we're in, and nobody coming to save you. You grew up in the Caribbean, you know how your parents used to tell you, and nobody coming to save you. So you gotta do what you have to do and step up. And that's what we need to do. Stop looking for a messiah. It ain't coming, it's not happening. Start to save ourselves, start to work with the resources we have, start to collaborate with each other, and we all can grow together. But as long as we think somebody is coming to save us, regardless of how we get where we are, we have to find a way to get it on our own. Nobody helping us. There you go.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Ja. Next up, we have another video. Marco Rubio says his acting director of USAID as humanitarian agency is taken over by the State Department. Let's take a listen.
Workers at the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, in Washington were told to stay home this morning. The main office closed. They received an email shortly after midnight telling them, don't come in. This is the latest development on the future of USAID after both President Trump and, maybe more importantly, Elon Musk said it needed to be shut down.
It's been run by a bunch of radical lunatics, and we're getting them out. USAID, run by radical lunatics, and we're getting them out, and then we'll make a decision.
All right, let's get to CNN's Jennifer Hansler at the State Department for the latest on this. You helped break this news about the email overnight. What have you learned?
Well, John, this is just the latest in a string of developments that indicate that Trump intends to abolish the U.S. Agency for International Development. We had that notice that went out overnight to employees not to show up to headquarters. You heard those comments from Trump. And as you noted, Musk has also demonized the U.S. Agency for International Development. He has played an outsized role on this administration's decisions on federal agencies. And he hosted a Spaces on X overnight to go after the agency, criticizing it for alleged misuse of funding. And he said that Trump had agreed that it needed to be shut down. Take a listen to what else he said.
As we dug into USAID, it became apparent that what we have here is not an apple with a worm in it, but we have actually just a bowl of worms. And so at the point at which you don't really, like, if you've got an apple that's got a worm in it, maybe you can take the worm out. But if you've got actually just a bowl of worms, it's hopeless. And USAID is a bowl of worms. There is no apple. And when there is no apple, you've just got to basically get rid of the whole thing.
So I should note, John, that he didn't provide a lot of evidence to these claims, but it is the latest signal that U.S. aid is in the administration's target site.
Oh, hold on. You don't have evidence? Huh? Was I the only one who heard that part? You don't have evidence? Or I should let that part go?
They typically don't have evidence when they do this nonsense.
Apparently, so we operate on a whim, right? We just do things based on an assumption. Or are they like women? You know, us women, we have a sixth sense, right?
But Mama, like, I believe, like, if you think about it, right? Like Elon mentioning that in Spaces yesterday, and then Trump is going after it. It's just almost a puff of power. So now we understand. Elon says something, Trump is going to fire. Like, really?
And that is why so many people are of the impression that Elon is the unofficial president. And who said it? And I wonder if he's going to bring this up when he meets with I wonder if what's his name? Netanyahu. I wonder if he's going to bring this up with President Trump today when they meet, because remember when Elon met with Netanyahu, and we played the clip, and Netanyahu says, "Well, you can't be president because you weren't born there." The agreement was that Elon is the unofficial president of the United States, because yes, imagine Elon, South Africa, an apartheid South Africa. And clearly written all over the statement that Donald Trump put out, which I read this morning, it has Elon all over it. So I agree. Elon says jump, Trump says how high. That is the message that is across the globe. And I'm not saying that's the case, but that is how it's coming across. And this is what a lot of people are recognizing and feeling, and are gravely concerned that Elon Musk has so much power. I was watching Joy Reid's video where she said if this were happening in another country, she would call it a coup. But somehow nobody's calling it anything here. And another thing that is of grave concern is that the Democrats are the only ones seemingly speaking up. And people are wondering, where is Congress? Where are the Republicans? Why are they so quiet? Why aren't we here? If we're hearing them, if they're speaking, we don't know. But everybody's concerned that they don't seem to be concerned about what's going on.
Moments. What controls the United States?
Right now, I don't even know anymore.
Green, right? Money. Money is the head honcho of these United States. Where is Elania on that top richest person in the world? What number is? Even the president is nowhere on that list.
You know what, John? Let me go ahead and play the next one. The next clip that we have, Treasury Department gives Elon Musk's team. And I'm sure by now you will see the pictures, the images of his team floating around on social media. Well, let's just go ahead and take a listen to this one. I don't know.
Gain access to sensitive government information targeting a federal agency. Chief Washington correspondent John Carl has that story. Good morning, John.
Good morning, George. Elon Musk and his Department of Government Efficiency have promised to take a wrecking ball to the federal government, vowing to cut trillions of dollars in spending and to dramatically reduce the number of government employees. Now we have learned that his team has gained access to something extraordinarily sensitive, the system that the Treasury Department uses to disperse almost every check and expenditure of any kind made by the U.S. government. Sources tell ABC News that Elon Musk's team now has access to the Treasury Department's payment system, essentially the government's checkbook, which processes trillions of dollars in payments and includes personal information for hundreds of millions of Americans. The access was granted over the weekend over the objection of at least one senior Treasury Department official who has been put on leave. Neither the White House nor Treasury Department has responded to our request for comment. But after midnight last night, billionaire Elon Musk talked about his efforts to shake up the government on his social media platform, X.
There's already been really tremendous progress. We've, a rough estimate is that there's at least a few $1 billion a day of savings.
One of Musk's top targets, USAID, the federal government's foreign aid agency.
As we dug into USAID, it became apparent that what we have here is not an apple with a worm in it, but we have actually just a bowl of worms.
On Friday night, a Doge team showed up at the USAID offices in Washington and demanded access, sources familiar with the incident tell ABC News. After a standoff, security guards ultimately led them in. Now, more than 100 USAID staffers have been placed on leave. Many more have been locked out of internal systems, and the organization's Trump-appointed chief of staff has resigned. USAID's $43 billion budget is a tiny fraction of federal spending, about 1%, but its support is a critical lifeline for people in need around the world, all while spreading American goodwill. Combating malaria, for example, an effort estimated to have saved nearly 12 million lives. And in partnership with the U.S. military, USAID officials have often been first to arrive with disaster relief, providing food, water, shelter, and healthcare to allies and partners. And this just in, USAID employees are waking up this morning to an email notice telling them not to show up to work today, as Musk says he is shutting the agency down. All of this, George, is happening over the loud objections of Democratic leaders in Congress who say that Elon Musk simply does not have the authority to do what he is now doing.
Well, that's going to be tested right now, but it is something remarkable when the biggest contributor to Donald Trump's campaign is now taking those actions inside the government. At the same time, tremendous unrest inside the FBI as prosecutors and agents who worked on the January 6th investigation are being targeted.
George, it looks like a wholesale purge of the FBI. As you know, already the 8 top officials at the Federal Bureau of Investigation have either been fired or forced to resign. Now the FBI is being asked to produce a list of every employee who worked on any case related to January 6th. I am told this is some 6,000 FBI employees all told. All this has prompted an extraordinary email that went out over the weekend from the top FBI official in the New York field office saying, "Today we find ourselves in the middle of a battle of our own as good people are being walked out of the FBI and others are being targeted because they did their jobs in accordance with law and the FBI policy." That is somebody who has not yet who's still on the job, at least for now.
Boy, that is really something. We really don't know how this story is going to end, but in this first 2 weeks of the Trump administration, we've never seen this kind of scope of executive action, which is going to be tested in the courts and in Congress.
And it continues to be tested. Mm-hmm. You're right about that, George.
It's just one question.
Sure.
Don't you have to have security clearance to, like the highest level security clearance to get some of those information? And
that was what I was thinking.
And doesn't Congress have to give you that kind of clearance? Doesn't you have to go through a process? How does Elon Musk get unilateral security clearance in so many different areas of the government.
Good question.
And if an organization like the FBI, you fire the top 6 people, and we worried about China as a security risk?
I'm glad somebody said it.
And you see, the thing is, right? I'm glad too, but he's not even a member of government. He was just assigned. Not the people did not elect him as a member of government. Like, what are we doing with the American Constitution?
What Constitution? What Constitution? Doesn't even exist. Doesn't even exist. Where is the Constitution?
The man was told he was above the law. And basically, you see someone who comes in. I'm curious though. I'm curious. This is what I'm curious about. The news story said the USAID's budget is less than 1% of. Do you know if he really wants to make his savings? Do you know where he can go? The military.
And all the Viagra that is spent in the military?
I mean, just the military. Just go into the military. If you want to save money, just go into the military. Let's see how that pans out.
My thing is, all of this is going to be settled in the courts. By the time it reaches the courts, everything is messed up and everything is destroyed. How are you going to get things back?
But Ja, isn't that what the Republicans do? They mess things up and then the Democrats have to come and fix it. But the Democrats get the bad name as the ones who destroy the country.
I mean, you literally have a felon inside of the White House, and you wasn't worried about them getting criminal information. I mean, it's just mad to me.
Yeah, Hannah, you are expressing our sentiments. Indeed, you sure are. We are all on the same page, the same train of thought. But anyway, let's see. Right now, all we can do is sit back, watch. The unfortunate thing is that those of us who saw, it's as though we had a crystal ball, right? And we were trying to impress upon folks the importance of making wise choices at the presidential level. But nobody listened. Nobody listened. Everybody was too enamored with selfishness. And hear me why I'm saying this. Everybody was either was too happy remembering the stimulus check, which when broken down was 60 cents a day. Oh, Trump gave me a stimulus check, please. People were like, oh, I had more money in my pocket. So everybody was selfish. Everybody was thinking about their own pocket. Their own pocket. They had zero concern for everybody else. And I get it. Everybody knows survival of the fittest. I get it. You know, we have been socialized to only think about ourselves, unfortunately. And had our ancestors thought that way, we would not be free today. We would not be able to enjoy the freedoms that we are enjoying today. But oh, how we have spat in the faces of our ancestors. We have. We forgot there is strength in numbers and that unity is important. And that sometimes we have to make a sacrifice so that everyone can move forward. We have forgot. We were warned when the debate was had, when the presidential debates were had, or I should say, at the time, the campaigning, the electors, whatever you want to call them, when the debates were being had. And it was made clear, abundantly clear, what was at stake. Oh, he's just talking. One thing about our current president is that he delivers, whether it is to satisfy those who have pumped millions and billions into his pockets or into the campaign. He has to deliver on his promise. He doesn't just speak. Whatever he says he's going to do, even if he follows it through to the very end, or even if it is just a short-term inconvenience that is put upon us, he delivers. But nobody cared. Nobody cared. And what is interesting is that a lot of the people who were vocal with regard to supporting him are now silent. No, a lot of them are having FAFO moments. A lot of them are now saying to some of the us, oh my gosh, I think I made a bad decision. You think? And know what a lot of them are saying? I didn't know it was going to affect me. That's how selfish we are. As long as it doesn't affect you, you don't care. Something has to be at your doorstep for it to matter to you. And that's shame on us. Shame on us as a people. We are selfish. And that is to our own detriment. So we can't really and truly sit here and have our hands on our jaws and, oh my gosh, I can't believe he's doing this. He told you what was going to happen. Nobody was concerned about how much money was being pumped into him by Elon Musk. No one. You have to pay the piper. It is a must.
No pun intended. Elon Musk is it a must?
You have to pay the piper. And it is payday. He is going for everything that was promised to him. We don't know what the backdoor conversations are. And I mean, Congress should have been gravely concerned because it was as though he had moved into Mar-a-Lago. He is right there. We were seeing him and we were not seeing JD Vance. I remember saying, I'm truly concerned. And some of you are saying, why do I care? I was truly concerned. And even now, you see, little bits of Elon. I mean, what you call it, JD Vance. I'm even forgetting that he's the vice president. You just see bits and pieces of him here and there. And nobody seems concerned. We see Elon Musk. As a matter of fact, right now, there seems to be a grab or a fight, a tussle, where if you hear Musk, the two names side by side, every article, I'm not sure if you're not noticing, but every article has both names side by side. It's very concerning, extremely concerning. But what can I say? We told you so. We told you so. You know what? I will say this. When the elections happened and we had the outcome, I was upset. I was deeply perturbed. I would say I was angry. But you know what? Everything that is happening had to happen. It had to happen. Because there's so much wrong in this country with us. Nothing is wrong with the country, it's the people in it. Our hearts and our minds are so messed up. All of this had to happen for us to have the veil removed from our eyes. So you know what? We're going to have to go through the labor pains, whether we ask for it or not. You see, one night of pleasure can lead to a lifetime of pain if we're not careful. Right? So now we're going to have to go through it. We're going to have to ban our belly, tie up our heads, read our Psalms and pray. We're going to have to double down on being stronger than we have ever been before. It is what it is. And everyone who agreed with everything that he echoed, where are they to help those of us who did not agree to this? Nowhere, because some of them can't even help themselves. So all I can say, folks, is learn the art of pivoting. It is no point crying over spilled milk. Let us see how we can, pick up the pieces and move forward. That's all I can say. Choices have consequences. And not because it's not going to impact you, or so you think, should that negate your choosing carefully. And remember, I said, I wasn't asking for anyone to not choose at your local level in accordance. But look at the two candidates that we had at the presidential level. People voted on both sides of the aisle at the local level because, yes, the Republican representatives suited them best and, worked best. They saw the fruits of their labor, and yeah, it happens. But you actually checked off Donald Trump for president. Now we have to all deal with the consequences of that choice. I don't know. And as hard as it is, we have to respect the law of the land. We may not agree with it. We may be upset. We may be angry, but we have to agree. We have to respect the law of the land. He is our president, whether we like it or not. Whether we like it or not, he's our president. Yeah. Let this be a lesson. That's all I can say. You cannot be deep-seated or have deep-seated hatred that it makes you make a choice that brings consequences to your doorstep. Yeah. May we all get out of this. May we all survive this. You know, that's all I can say. It's time for business and tech news. And our business and tech news is brought to you by Grant Coffee House. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grant Coffee House. Business and tech news. Where are you? Let me put that ticker up and let me jump over here. All right. First article, Gerber recalls teething sticks over choking concern. This article courtesy of CNN via WSVN. And I do believe we have a sound, but I'll just read it because I didn't load this one up. I didn't realize there was a sound bite. Pin this here. All right, so WSVN via CNN. Baby food maker Gerber has recalled and discontinued its Soothe and Chew teething sticks because the product could pose a potential, choking hazard for babies and toddlers. Nestle USA, the parent company of Gerber, issued the recall on Friday after receiving reports of choking incidents, according to a news release. Nestle USA said there was one visit to an emergency room and multiple complaints of choking. So I looked at the image of the stick. Really? They didn't test that? Or as you look at it, you could see that they would have concerns. There would be concerns with it. I mean, anyway, thank God they put out the thing. So folks, please get rid of them. If you're able to, please get a refund, take them back. They're the Soothe and Chew teething sticks, banana flavored. They pose a choking hazard. All right, so take them away from your babies.
Especially if swallowed.
You know what, Adesoji. By the way, how is your pastor doing? Have you heard anybody? Oh, he's in Texas. We should be asking Jah. He's been very quiet lately. Okay. Next up in our business and tech segment, how corporate America got DEI wrong. And this one comes to us from NPR, and it is a soundbite. Let us go. Oh, before we play this, I'm so sorry. Thank you, Jah. Thank you. Oh, Lord have mercy. What is just pop up on my phone about breaking news? At least 10 are killed in a school shooting in Sweden. Oh, Lord. Sweden? You? I didn't know we had criminals in Sweden or people capable of doing that because, of course, we know the hue of the country predominantly. We'll get into
Moment.
it. Yes.
I don't know if the panel is aware that a lot of different countries outside of the US are protesting about Trump's election.
Yes, but we
but
don't
they're
see
not
it here.
televising it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we don't see it here. We spoke about it the other day. We don't see a lot that's going on. All right, let me go ahead and wrap up the on-air live stream with our internet radio partners. Please bear with me, folks, on YouTube Live and right here with me on Fanbase. Thank you, Jah, for the time check. I totally forgot about it. So we're going to go ahead and close out. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. All right. Want to go ahead and thank everyone listening online, QMZ Radio, Jano Radio, and Mad Music House. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern. Have a wonderful rest of the day. Thank you. We invite you to join us on YouTube Live. And we should be officially off the air on Internet Radio. I just want to do a quick double check. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. Yes, we are officially off the air. All right, so let me pause that. Time to play our next article, How Corporate America Got DEI Wrong. And this is courtesy of NPR. Let's take a listen.
What's known as DEI in the federal government, but corporate America has already been rolling back many DEI pledges for business as well as political reasons. NPR business correspondent Maria Aspen reports on the future of diversity in the workplace.
In 2020, after George Floyd was murdered by a white police officer, corporate America made a lot of promises to fight racism. For example, many companies rolled out programs to increase diversity. This is Walmart CEO Doug McMillon.
Social justice and equity are essential parts of our core business.
But today, things have changed. Walmart recently said it won't renew the funding for the Racial Equity Center it launched in 2020. It joins McDonald's, Amazon, Facebook, and many others who are ending some diversity programs. A Walmart spokesperson tells NPR that the company is working to make all employees successful. The other companies have said similar things. But critics are pretty scathing. Portia Allen Kyle runs Color of Change, a nonprofit focused on racial justice. 5 years ago, she thinks a few companies really took their promises to heart. But she adds that for many others, it was business as usual.
Many who, just wanted to sprinkle some DEI on top, especially after George Floyd. And that was never going to be a viable strategy.
Conservatives have attacked DEI for years, claiming that it's reverse discrimination. But the backlash really started in 2023, after the Supreme Court overturned affirmative action at colleges and universities. And it's picked up speed since Donald Trump won re-election. But there's also a more subtle undercurrent here. Back in 2020, it was trendy for big companies to pledge to help workers and help the planet while still making more money. But they couldn't always follow through.
It is always going to be difficult if you are a for-profit, publicly traded company to have your leader talk about anything other than maximizing profits, right? That is, in the US, the way we are wired.
Sekou Bermis is a management professor at the University of North Carolina, and he's pretty unimpressed with how big companies rushed into some DEI promises.
It was being pitched as kind of this, diversity is always going to help the bottom line. And that no one would ever say that actually studies this. They'd say sometimes yes, sometimes no, but it's never always.
Burmese research has found that when companies increase the diversity of their executive teams, they generally don't see a financial impact, good or bad. But there are benefits. Having a more diverse team can help create products that appeal to more consumers or help employees feel more satisfied with their jobs. Some big companies say this is exactly why they're standing up to the diversity backlash. Costco, for example, recently told investors that its DEI policy helps it attract and retain employees. Costco also says diversity is part of its code of ethics. And Burmese thinks that's exactly what more companies should be emphasizing.
Do we think representation is something we should do? It is the morally right thing to do. Because if yes, then you do it for that reason, not because you believe, well, if we get 2 more Latinos on the board, our stock price will go up.
Despite the headlines, some employers are still spending money on this. Paradigm, a company that advises employers on inclusion, saw a 12 percentage point increase last year in how many of its customers had dedicated budgets for DEI. Joelle Emerson is Paradigm's CEO.
And I see this less as a rollback of DEI and more as sort of an evolution to the next phase of this work based on evolving data, based on evolving understanding about what actually works to create workplaces that work for everyone.
Now, when companies like Walmart say they still want to make everyone feel included, Emerson hopes they'll follow through, even if they do it more quietly.
I'm actually pretty optimistic about the future of this work. I'm not optimistic about the acronym DEI, nor do I particularly care.
So the politically charged acronym might go away, but she hopes more diversity in the workplace is here to stay. Maria Aspen, NPR News, New York.
You know, articles like this. I'm sorry, Moment.
No, go ahead. I was going to read the definition. What is the simple definition of DEI? But go ahead, Aja. I'll go after you.
Articles like this still does not express what DEI or the intention of DEI was supposed to do. What she mentioned, bringing more Latinos. What was the other thing they mentioned? I think it was more people of color. That's not just it.
Big fact, Jay. Like that's been the issue. Only Black people are showing that we are like the bottom of the totem pole in DEI. Any other publications do not seem to want to verbalize this fact. Like everybody outside of the Black community benefits better, higher, white women to be exact, at the top of the rank than actually Black people themselves. Like, why do they fail to say that?
I think
Go ahead, Adesoji. Go ahead.
I think the part that is often missing in the conversation is, why do you need DEI in the first place? You're talking about years and years of discrimination, GI Bill, affirmative action. What's the other one? GI Bill was the one after the war, American Reconstruction, the Southern Compromise. I mean,
Disabilities Act.
Thank you very much. A whole raft of the reason why all of this stuff is put in place is to redress those inadequacies of those edicts, you know, and the years and years of dog whistling. That is why it's in place. So companies that are rolling them back are invariably just telling you they supported those policies that put them in the first place. So if you don't vote with your leg, vote with your dollars. I yield.
All right. So thank you. Let me go ahead and read this here. What is the simple definition of DEI? Diversity, equity, and inclusion is a concept and practice used by organizations to recognize and value differences among people, ensure fair opportunities for everyone, and foster a work environment where all feel welcomed and respected. Remember, was it yesterday, Adesoji, I said that I'm not sure if our gentleman over there in Texas understands that he is a beneficiary of DEI. Because if it were not for DEI, he would not be able to access government buildings in particular. There would be no wheelchair ramps. There would be no handicapped outfitted bathrooms and facilities, but they are so focused on the color of one's skin, thinking that is all it applies to, which speaks to the lack of education in this country, the lack of awareness, which we highlighted. There is a significant deficit in this country, significant deficit. And it seems as though it is going to get worse as we talk about the dismantling of the Department of Education. While the world is progressing and moving forward, we are regressing, moving backwards. The only time it's good to pedal backward is if your brakes on your bicycle has failed and you need to stop, and you just do a quick back pedal, and it, to prevent yourself from falling over or what have you. But we should be moving forward, not reversing. Now, it is a shame indeed that you would have to put in such an initiative to ensure that everyone has a fair opportunity, regardless of your color, class, socioeconomic background, religious beliefs, if you are disabled, whatever. Having DEI in place ensures that someone with a disability can still have the opportunity to have a job. For example, one may be visually impaired to a degree, but they can still function if they have the correct tools with which to work in an office setting. Computers can have certain programs put in place. So it allows this person to become a functioning member of society. They can be dependent. They can be independent, not dependent entirely, or probably not at all on somebody else. But these are the things we keep missing. America is too focused on race, and that is what is going to deconstruct this country. Race.
Can I read some more moments?
Go right ahead.
Your coworker with ADHD who needs a quiet workspace to focus and do their work. The deaf cashier at your local grocery store who greets you with a warm smile and quickly signs thank you when you check out. The father who leaves early for daycare pickup and isn't seen as less committed to his job. The older employee bringing decades of knowledge to the team who isn't pushed aside for someone younger. All of that. The chronically ill employee, and we have a lot of chronic illnesses in this country, who works remotely because commuting drains their energy, but whose contribution is still just as valuable, as well as her insurance or their insurance helps them with their illness. All of that is DEI. And we need to find a way. I know we're doing this on this app. I know we're doing this on the internet. We need to find a way to express this even more. I don't care what acronym they want to give it, because that's what messed up the country in the beginning. Our verbiage of woke. All of a sudden, woke scared people. All of a sudden, DEI scared people. Why aren't people scared of TRUMP? Why aren't people scared of ELON? I'm done.
Thank you, John. I'm not sure what it is. I'm not even going to try to wrap my head around it, because this is so unnecessary. The attacks on people who are not deemed or perceived to be quote unquote perfect. I want to believe it was on Instagram. And if I'm not mistaken, it was either Baller Alert or Shade Room, one of them, as I was scrolling through, where it was, I don't want, I'm trying to, not this one, not that one. It is time for us to have white men, something along those lines. We need white men in places because the essence of it is only white men can do the job.
I think I said that yesterday. Because that's how it used to be. And then what happened? They all had to go to war, and then the women had to step in. And then the world changed from there. And now they come back, and their egos are bruised, as well as their bodies. You know what? Let me be quiet. I forgot Miss Moments. I'm supposed to be quiet.
Yes, you're supposed to be quiet. You're supposed to be resting your voice. And you know, yes, we're still on YouTube live, and you know, we want to hear your input, but put what you can in the chat because we need you to rest your voice. All right, to definitely rest your voice. All right. Chinese algorithm boosts NVIDIA GPU performance 800-fold in sounds computing. This is according to scmp.com. A high performance algorithm that could solve complicated material design problems on consumer GPUs has been developed by Chinese researchers, achieving a groundbreaking 800-fold increase in speed over traditional methods. Developed by a research team, Shenzhen MSU BIT University, and co-founded by Lomonosov, Moscow State University, and Beijing Institute of Technology, the new algorithm enhances the computational efficiency of peridynamics, a cutting-edge non-local theory that solves difficult physical issues such as cracks, damages, and fractures. You see, I wonder if you notice something. Every time we touch on a story outside of the US, there is something positive for the most part, right? There is progress, there is advancement, research, development. But every time we come to stories in the US, daunting, dark, doomsday like. When I say I'm tired of stories out of the US. It seems as though we might have to just eliminate stories out of the US. That segment for now, at least for until I want to say in the next 2 years. Let's see if we'll have a shift in 2 years. We are focused on the wrong things here in this country. Guess what, folks? When you cut us all open, we're all going to bleed the same color. Our hearts don't have it, our organs don't have different colors. Welcome to the stage, Nikki. Thank you so much for coming to Coffee and Show. We are streaming live on YouTube. Please go right ahead.
Hello, how is everyone doing?
We're well as we can be. Thank you.
Yeah, you're right, as well as we can be. I think, yes, we are just going to have to kind of strategize a new way forward and hope that in 2 years we could have some kind of shift. But in the meantime, we have to really diligently watch and pay attention to what is going on. I think you guys were talking about Marco Rubio's choice to be the undersecretary, who was saying that white men should be in power and be in charge of everything. Mm-hmm. This is the real sentiment of the people who are now in power. And that is the whole purpose of Project 2025, that it be white men and white men only. And unfortunately, this is very serious, especially in regards to the African American population, where now you've seen terms like woke and DEI have been literally turned into negative terms. And those are the kinds of terms that they turn negative purposely as a way to propagandize the negativity of Black people so that they could then really have people on their side to push their program of pushing Black people out. And then when you get people who look down on us or don't see us as human, they don't stand up and fight for the causes that are right. So I think we really have to pay attention to that and be mindful that there's a lot of work for us to do around racial equality in this country.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Nikki. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So there's an article on Rolling Stone. Joyanne Reed reposted it on her Instagram handle. Round 2, competent white men must be in charge. High-profile State Department appointee wrote that last year. Darren, I think his name is Beatty, who was fired from Trump's first administration after attending a white nationalist conference. Well, he is making a comeback. Trump is bringing him back from his first term. Yeah, he's bringing him back into the fold in an acting position. He would need Senate approval to hold the position officially. I don't think we need to go any further. Cannot be any clearer. All right, next up, continue to do your thing. Countries outside of the US continue to advance. Do what you must to continue to progress. And we will catch up at some point. We will catch up. We'll get back on course. Go ahead, Adesoji.
I said, hopefully.
Hopefully, indeed. Hopefully, indeed. All right, next up. As a matter of fact, hold on a second. Do we have any other stories out of our business and tech segment? Okay, no, that's it. Coming up tomorrow in our business and tech segment, brought to you by Grant Coffee House, from our farms to your cups. Can a debt collector take you to court after 7 years? And we have a piece courtesy of CBSnews.com. Again, can a debt collector take you to court after 7 years? And it is time for Health and Science News, brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Lormel Skin Food, log on to lormelskinfood.com for a natural, beautiful you. Ah, boy. Let's see what we can learn on this side, right? We have an alert. The US is facing biggest bacterial disease outbreak in US history. I think
Hello?
can you hear me? Jack, thank you for sending this one over. This article can be found on blackdoctor.org. So let's go ahead and read this one. The United States is facing one of the largest recorded outbreaks in U.S. history, according to local health officials and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. As of January 24, there have been 67 confirmed cases of active tuberculosis, including 60 in the state of Kansas, according to the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. Now, I know what you're thinking. Tuberculosis? Yes. That was the disease that you used to get a shot for when you were younger, and we really didn't have to think about it. Well, times have changed. In addition to the confirmed cases, there were also 79 confirmed latent TB cases, including 77 in Wyandotte County and 2 in Johnson County. Wyandotte County contains part of Kansas City, and Johnson County is just southwest of Kansas City. The disease is spreading. The disease is also spreading outside of Kansas. The Michigan Department of Agriculture and Rural Development reports a beef herd in eastern Michigan has tested positive for bovine tuberculosis. Do we have this? Is the CDC website up and running still? I don't even know what's up from what's not up. Anyway,
Why would you need the CDC website for that? What do you need that for? If we tell you the disease does not
stop
exist,
making a mockery of us.
what else do you want to know? Hey, listen. I mean, you walked out of the WHO. Hello. You basically start gutting everything. So you guys will be okay. Don't worry. At least, hopefully, you're all washing your hands, though.
I hope. We
So,
hope. And we know how some people don't wash their hands. Not everybody washes their hands. And this is not unique to just one race. I have seen all races of people use the bathroom and not wash their hands. They go to the public restrooms and walk. And guess what? They don't have to touch the tap. Just put your hand under the dispenser. It automatically dispenses soap. Put your hand under the pipe. Water automatically comes out. Put your hand under the arm thing to dispense the paper to dry your hands. It automatically comes out. And even then, they still don't wash their hands. I don't know what to say.
so imagine now you hear normally before, if you hear a raspy voice in a woman, you think, oh, cute. But now raspy is like,
You think of our what's his name? Kennedy?
You talking about me? You talking about me, Adesoji?
you gotta ask the question. Have you had that check?
I sound like this because you're sitting in cubes and people are just coughing and not covering their mouths and spreading their germs that way. That's why I sound like this.
It's everywhere, Ja. Unfortunately, you're going to the supermarket, people are just coughing, not covering. You go everywhere. It's everywhere.
Oh, nasty.
I mean, you hold your horses. Don't come for us over here when over there in the UK y'all only bathe one time for the year. Sorry, because you only wash your towels one time for the year.
No, you can't complain.
Oh, I'm offended. We wash more than that.
We had an article, Johanna.
We are black. We are black. We wash way more than that.
You can't conserve. You can't conflate our need to conserve water. With, you know.
That's what we call it. I need to conserve water. Okay, if that's what you say. Now, anyway, bovine tuberculosis is a bacterial disease that can affect all mammals, including humans. It is spread primarily through respiratory secretions, whether through nose-to-nose contact or contaminated shared feed or water. So put it this way, folks. Keep your gloves when you're leaving your home. Not well, gloves, yeah, but I meant to say your masks. Keep masks on hand. By the way, where are the masks made? Will we be able to afford masks?
No, you'll be able to afford them. They're lying around somewhere. The problem is, would you be able to wear them without you being called a what's the word they have for them? A max terrorist or something. I mean, Americans have a weird way of coming up with something, the most benign thing you would conflate. It's just like, you know what?
Listen, I feel attacked. You're attacking us now. We're good people over here.
Listen, you're in good people and you're in good hands. Are you?
Article out of our health and science segment. How safe is your cannabis? Patchy regulations may leave contaminants in the weed supply. Let's go ahead. In your cannabis supply, forgot we're on YouTube Live. I have to change out the words, vocabulary. All right, let's go ahead and take a listen to this one, courtesy of NPR.
The tariffs have arrived. Over the weekend, President Trump hit Canada and Mexico with 25% tariffs on most imports to the U.S. and an additional 10% on China. During the presidential campaign, Trump said tariffs would not cause Americans to pay higher prices. He now says Americans may face some costs.
We may have short term some little pain, and people understand that. But long term, the United States has been ripped off by virtually every country in the world.
Wasn't clear what he meant by Canadians contend they buy a lot of American goods and sell Americans a lot of cheap oil. Trump said the tariffs were about fentanyl. Leaders of Canada and Mexico ordered retaliatory tariffs on American imports. Canadian sports fans found their own ways to retaliate.
That was booing you heard there at the national anthem. This was at the Ottawa Senators hockey game, as heard here on the CBC.
Trump told reporters he's not done. He says future tariffs, quote, will definitely be imposed on the European Union and, quote, might happen against the UK. He did not offer a timeline beyond saying they'll come, quote, pretty soon.
If you like to go to parties or even if you just walk down the street in many places, then you already know marijuana has come out of the shadows. The number of Americans who say they use marijuana has more than doubled over the last decade. That, according to a Gallup survey, in nearly half the states, weed is legal for recreational use under state law, and many Americans use it the same way they might have a beer or a glass of wine.
For all that acceptance, finding marijuana products that are safely sourced, properly regulated, is tricky. So in the coming weeks, NPR is going to be looking at how consumers can best navigate the new world of weed.
Here to do this with us, our NPR addiction correspondent, Brian Mann. Brian, welcome.
Hi there.
And NPR's Sydney Lupkin, who covers the pharmaceutical industry. Welcome to you, Sydney.
Hi.
So, Brian, let me just start by asking this, if that's okay. Are there health risks associated with marijuana?
There are. Experts say that as cannabis products become more powerful and more Americans consume a lot more marijuana more often, there are significant risks to brain function and mental health. Now, that's also true, of course, for alcohol. So it's important to say as we go forward, we're offering information to help cannabis consumers who do choose to partake.
So, Sydney, if somebody does choose to partake, is there something that can go wrong when it comes to quality? What is it that regulators are worried about, and what should consumers be worried about?
Yeah, so usually regulators are looking to keep out pesticides, mold, bacteria, and heavy metals like arsenic, which can come from the soil. All of those things have the potential to cause harm either in the short term with like an ER visit for vomiting, for example, or in the long term, increasing your risk for certain cancers or neurological problems. But it's tricky because on the federal level, cannabis is still illegal. Not every state has legalized cannabis, and those that have may regulate it very differently. I spoke to Maxwell Lung, an assistant professor at Arizona State University, who did a study in 2022 about sort of that patchwork of cannabis regulations.
We find that there are over 600 contaminants that are regulated across some 30 states that have legalized cannabis at that time. But interestingly, in each jurisdiction, there's only anywhere between 60 to 120 contaminants that are regulated.
And what that translates into for consumers, Michelle, is that a pesticide that might prompt one state to pull cannabis off the shelf, another state might not even be looking for it.
That's right, but just testing for more contaminants doesn't necessarily make a state's cannabis products safer. And that's because it's really early days when it comes to the research. So it's hard to say which contaminants are the most hazardous to human health.
And Brian, you've been telling us that the black market for marijuana is still booming. How does that complicate things for consumers?
Yeah, even advocates of marijuana decriminalization say this part has been a mess. As Sydney points out, there are conflicting regulations state by state. Cannabis is still illegal under federal law, which means properly regulated products can't be shipped legally from one state to the next. And those restrictions have left this huge opening for underground producers and distributors, some backed by criminal gangs. NPR has found those products are often grown and processed in really unsanitary conditions with banned pesticides, also really unhealthy conditions for workers. And these illegal growers typically don't have trustworthy potency guidelines. I spoke about all this with Paul Armentano. He's head of NORML. That's the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws.
We're talking about a market that lacks transparency and accountability. Whether I was getting cannabis or alcohol or my broccoli from an entirely unregulated market, I'd be concerned about any number of issues.
And even many storefront shops around the US are actually selling illegal weed. This is one of the biggest challenges for consumers right now. If you want legal weed, you have to do your research and really understand how your cannabis products are sourced. And that's not always easy.
So Brian, when is this confusion going to clear up?
The people I talked to, the experts, say they think this is going to happen slowly. And they reminded me that the end of alcohol prohibition, remember back in the 1930s, as that was phased out, it was also messy. It took years for legal alcohol brewers and legal distillers to sort of push out the illegal moonshine operators. Legal cannabis producers are hoping the same thing will happen here over time. These safer, more regulated marijuana brands will win out. And in time, theoretically, that's going to make it a lot easier for consumers to know which products to just grab off the shelf.
Right. So legal weed is probably more likely to be free of many contaminants like pesticides and mold because states are testing them and they're pulling them off the shelves. In California, where an official told me it has the largest legal cannabis market in the world by volume, there were more than 60 recalls in 2024. And that includes flower, pre-rolls, edibles, and vape products. It's up from just 4 cannabis recalls the year before. The big increase is because of, I'm told, more testing. In Maine, which has a newer system, it just issued its first cannabis recall ever this year, and that was for mold. So researchers are still looking at how effective these consumer protections might be. But for now, if you're getting your cannabis in a store that has regulated products, there is less risk of encountering at least some of the contaminants.
That was NPR's Brian Mann and Sydney Lupkin. Their series continues in the coming weeks.
So, why I'm complicating this cannabis thing? Take a trip to Jamaica. Way before me even born. Organically grown. We never have no recall issues.
Never heard of mold on cannabis.
Inja, cannabis smoked by the Rastafarian community predominantly back in the day, right? And then, of course, everybody else caught on. When you listen to some men who sit in a circle smoking their weed and you listen to them talk, it's an elevated reasoning. An increased consciousness. No, I'm not. Adesoji, stop laughing after me. You think I joke me, I make? No, seriously.
No, I'm agreeing with you. It was a proper grounding.
Yeah. People, when you go around them, man, they will smoke them cannabis, you know. If you don't know what to say, shut up and just listen and learn. Because you're guaranteed to walk away more aware, more knowledgeable, right? Make you start think. Yeah, man. And that was cannabis grown free, no pesticide, no insecticide, no testing, no none of that. God sunshine, wine give it. Water, water what God give it, and the ground what God give it.
The word you're looking for is organic.
Thank you.
We are called that high grade, you know. My dad used to grow in his greenhouse in London.
On a criminalize that around the world. And now on the talk about lab grown is safer. See what lab grown going on? See what lab grown giving us problems.
I mean, you have to be mindful that that strain of weed that you talk about is becoming increasingly rare because during the shipwright agreement, when the US went into the Caribbean and cut down all the weed, especially in St. Vincent and in Jamaica, because that variety is a taller tree, it's easier to spot it from the helicopters, and so that was doing the eradication. So what happened is some farmers has converted to the shorter US breed, which is the hybrid, that you could have camouflage easier. So a lot of that, after the ship rider, a lot of the original strain of the weed that you find in Jamaica did not exist. And I knew that because I know someone at the University of the West Indies who was doing some research on the whole cannabis, and he was going around to try to find the original strain to bring it back into the common frame. So even in Jamaica, you gotta be careful these days.
Yeah. Some things need to be just left alone in its natural state. But you know what? It is what it is. All right.
If
And go ahead,
you
John.
know what has taken the place of that now? I know you guys have heard it. Ashwagandha. That has taken the place of cannabis.
Is that out of India? No?
I don't know where it's from, but it's in everything these days to help you reach your higher consciousness.
Okay.
For your floating possibilities.
All right, just got a news alert about some foreign custody after police pursuit ends in crash and bailout this afternoon. Oh boy, never ends well. All right, and coming up tomorrow in our health and science segment, Blacks are missing out on cancer clinical trials. Yes, and as such, this is having a real world, or this is having real world consequences. Again, Blacks missing out on cancer clinical trials has real world consequences. And article is courtesy of Ja. Thank you for sending this over. So that's coming up tomorrow on our health and science segment here on Coffee and Chill. Now it's time for Believe It or Not news. Yay, yay. We haven't did we do any Believe It or Not stores this week? Or was it last week? Anyway, let's get into some Believe It or Not stories. Ah, this one, please don't laugh. It's a serious matter. Everything we can laugh at, right? Some things we have to. According to AP.com, APnews.com, a letter submitted to the U.S. Senate that states it was sent by physicians in support of Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s nomination as Secretary of Health and Human Services includes the names of doctors who have had their licenses revoked, suspended, or faced other discipline, the Associated Press has found. The letter was meant to lend credibility to Kennedy's nomination, which has faced strenuous opposition from medical experts due to his 2 decades of anti vaccine activism. Republican Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, a medical doctor who boasts on his official website of an effort he created to vaccinate 36,000 children against hepatitis B, expressed hesitancy about Kennedy's nomination and is seen as a key vote. The AP found that in addition to the physicians who had faced disciplinary action, many of the nearly 800 signers are not doctors. The letter with the names of those who signed was provided to the AP by, hold on a second, am I still there? And I got kicked out of fan base. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, yes, the room should be open. Hold on a second, folks. I'm trying to find a space here on. Okay, what's up? What's going on? So I can't find the space on fan base. I'm not sure what's going on. I got kicked out. RoSolo seems to have been kicked out as well. Not sure what's going on here, fan base. What's up? What's up? What's up? And it looks as though the room isn't there. Bear with me one moment while I get back here. I'm not sure what's going on. Um, I'm not sure what's going on. It seems as though, let me try something new. I really don't know what happened, why we lost connection. I do apologize for the delay. We got kicked out of fan base and the space got kicked. I reopened the fan base space. We got kicked out of fan base. This has been happening a lot. I'm not sure what's up, fan base, if you're not aware of these constant glitches that we're having. Hold on a second. Let me pin a link here so I can get people back in because I'm confused. It seems as though, hold on. Okay, I'm very confused as to what's going on. RoSolo, I'm very confused as to what's
I
going
don't know
on.
what just happened.
Yeah,
I thought it was me. I thought it was
no,
me and the service down here.
no, I
I
got kicked out. I got kicked out of fan base. So I go back and I didn't realize I was kicked out until I saw the text message come up. So I go
mhm.
back to fan base to search for the space. I don't see the space
Since you
at
can't
all.
find the space, you can't find the space at all. Even if you got kicked out, we should see everyone else that was in the room.
Exactly. So I'm not sure what's going on. So I put the link in the group chat.
I'm gonna tag people now and just
Oh my god. AT don't know what happened. We got kicked out of fan base. The space got shut down. Um there's no update on my end. I looked for an update. There's no update for fan base available on my end. I went to my app store. Um I don't know. But it is
hmm.
very annoying. It is very frustrating. I think fan base
Yeah,
has,
this time it was worse than ever before though, because it literally shut your room down.
and it's not the first time it
Okay.
has shut the room down. It has shut the room down before. So I'm not sure. We need to fix this. We really need to fix this.
I'm trying to tag everybody back
Yeah,
in. I remember being in the room.
yeah. I put the
I
link
don't remember
in.
anyone in the audience, but
I was here, and it's still acting up. It's still acting up, bro. I don't know what's going on, but I sent the link to the group chat. Let's see if I put the link in the group chat. Let's see if we can get everybody in. Yeah, because even earlier we had someone pop up on stage that was I did as well.
sorry, you're still on YouTube?
Yeah, I'm still on YouTube live. I'm still here with YouTube live.
The guys on fan base need to leave the room and come back.
Then but is the
There's
other rooms
no, there's no.
can you see the other space AT, because I can't see the other space.
No, but I left and tried to come back, and it bring me to you guys on this room.
Okay, because I
Okay.
reopened
Yeah,
this
but there,
one.
you can't see this. You can't see the other space. So we shared the link. I pinned everyone that I could. I literally thought it was me. Okay. Hold on. Because I
Yeah.
can't deal with the ignorance right now.
So
I'm not.
Adesoji said he sent me a link. So apparently the other space is still open. All right. Let me test something. Hold on, hang tight. Okay, I don't know what happened. So I'm back here. So Ja, do me a favor, please send the link to RoSolo. Also her and AT, because they're in I created a new space because we could not find this space. This okay. Fan base.
I'll get AT. Let me
Fan
get AT.
base. Yeah, please grab AT first. Fan base. We need a good server, right? I can't be advocating gung hoing, advertising, and this is what this is a thank you we get. We use the space, we believe in the space, and we need to the money that is being raised. If we're bringing traffic, if traffic is coming to the space, we want to know when I say the space, I'm talking about fan base, the app. We need to make sure our servers can handle what's going on. We need the tech crews to do their work, their magic, and make it happen. Okay, AT. Yeah, we're back on. We're back now, AT. Oh boy.
So when I was up around 3 or 4 this morning, fan base had sent a message that they were updating the system to fix some of the technical issues. It didn't specifically say what issues it were.
Okay.
But if you have it what you call it, refresh or whatever fan base, maybe you should do it on your phone, everyone.
All right. So thank you, Ja. Mel has put in the chat, shake your phone. So I've been told to do that. The thing is, if I shake my phone, 911 gets an alert that there is an emergency at my house. So, or wherever I am, 911 will call me or show up. And if them show up, You know, saying there's no emergency. We get a bill here in our city, unfortunately. So I can't shake my phone. Yeah, can't shake my phone. You know, it's a good and bad feat. It's a double-edged sword. Put it that way, because if you're in a rollover accident and you're not able to reach your phone, 911 shows up to to save you. But at the same time, if I shake it, yes, Melissa, and I guess everyone else has to shake it and put in a report on your behalf. That would be so kind. I'd be so grateful for that. All right, where were we before? What was the last thing we were?
Are you still live on YouTube?
Yes, I'm still live on YouTube. Still live on
Okay.
YouTube. All right. So, what were we talking about? How say? Okay, we had wrapped up that story, and I remember saying coming up tomorrow in our health and science segment on Coffee and Joe, blacks, yes, blacks are missing out on cancer clinical trials, and it has real world consequences. So we had moved on to our Believe It or Not news segment, and the article we were talking about can be found on apnews.com. Pro RFK Jr. letter to the Senate includes the names of doctors whose licenses were revoked or suspended. So let me go ahead and get into this one, or start over, right? A letter submitted to the US Senate that states it was sent by physicians in support of Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s nomination. And I'm trying to run through because I know Adesoji has his radio program that he's going to be on WBAI.org at 3 p.m. Eastern. And I want to support him, and I want us to support him as well. So I'm going to just run through and see if we can wrap up so he has time to get ready for his show. All right. A letter submitted to the U.S. Senate that states it was sent by physicians in support of Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s nomination as Secretary of Health and Human Services includes the names of doctors who have had their licenses revoked, suspended, or faced other discipline. That's according to what the Associated Press has found out. Now, the AP found that in addition to the physicians who had faced disciplinary action, many of the nearly 800 signers are not doctors. The letter with the names of those who signed was provided to the AP by Senator Ron Johnson's office after he entered into the congressional record. He entered it rather into the congressional record on Wednesday during the first of Kennedy's 2 confirmation hearings. Among those who signed were self-described journalists, or were a self-described journalist, a certified public accountant, a firefighter paramedic, a certified health coach, and someone who said they had a bachelor's degree with an emphasis on Jungian psychology. The signers included at least 75 nurses as well as physician assistants. Well, more than 90 did not include any credentials at all. Over 20 were chiropractors, representing an industry that has funded Kennedy's work. An AP investigation found that donations from a chiropractic group represented 1/6 of the revenues collected by Kennedy's anti-vaccine nonprofit in 2019. MAHA is a group that is run by Del Bigtree, who worked for Kennedy's presidential campaign and is a longtime anti-vaccine activist, said that MAHA stands for Make America Healthy Again. Who are these people? Who are these people? Who are these people? Really? You want to hear something else in another Believe It or Not story? Listen to this one. This one, I found the story on Baller Alert. Temple University student arrested for what? Impersonating ICE agent on campus. As tensions rise over recent ICE raids across the country, Temple University police are investigating a disturbing incident involving individuals impersonating U.S. immigration and customs enforcement officers on their campus. Authorities say the suspects, dressed in shirts with police and ICE lettering, were reported Saturday night at Insomnia Cookies on Cecil B. Moore Avenue. One of them was also seen recording the incident. Earlier that evening, all three suspects allegedly tried to enter the Johnson and Hardwick residence hall but were denied access. Good. One suspect, Temple student Aidan Steigelman, who is 22, has been arrested and charged with impersonating a public servant. He has also been placed on interim suspension as the investigation continues. It is deeply troubling and disappointing to know behavior like this reportedly occurred on our campus. That's what the Temple police said. Authorities are still searching for two more male suspects connected to the incident. Temple police have released a photo of a person of interest and are asking for the public's help in identifying him. When you say certain things happen, they are the result of certain things that have happened. Okay? Yeah. And I'll just say that. Next article. They don't learn. That's all I'm going to say. They don't learn. And I don't know what message we're going to send. If everybody stops paying insurance, we'll see how it works out. State Farm seeks an emergency 22% rate hike after $1 billion in wildfire payouts. Really? State Farm? Really? State Farm, according to Ball Alert on their Instagram page, State Farm is pushing for an emergency 22% rate increase in California, citing massive financial losses from the Los Angeles wildfires in January. On Monday, the insurance company asked the California Department of Insurance to approve the increase for homeowners, saying it urgently needs to rebuild its capital after processing thousands of wildfire related claims. What? When I get monthly money, when I have money coming in monthly, your coffers are going to be replenished. Why you have to increase the prices 22%? Anyway, according to State Farm, as of February 1, it has already received more than 8,700 claims and paid out over $1 billion. Guess what? You're not feeling anything. You have a ton more. Where that came from?
So let me just at least applaud them because there were a lot of insurance companies that canceled. And you guys know that I work for the insurance agency. So despite how much millions they probably made off of people, when that one catastrophe does hit, it hits below the belt. But I will have to applaud them that they still paid out.
I'm not applauding them, Jack. You can applaud them. You know what? And I'm sorry, State Farm. Just like how those of us who made reasonable choices, but yet still have to feel the brunt of what's coming to us. They are bungling up in the same thing because these insurance companies, I'm sorry to have to say, are ridiculous. I'm going to be nice. They're ridiculous. Your insurance rates keep going up and they keep telling you, oh, especially when they talk about accidents. Oh, accidents have gone up. But me not having no accident. Me not have no ticket. Me squeaky clean, so why you punish me for? And yet I don't see them doing a reduction in the salaries of the executive teams that they have in place. They're still carrying home millions of dollars. So you're going to squeeze everything out of me so that you can continue paying millions of dollars to your executives? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that was one of the biggest transitions I had to have when I first moved here in 2011 because coming from the UK, I had 8 years no claims, which meant I paid 20 something pounds a month to come here and they treated me like a 16-year-old that just got onto the. I've never understood that in 13 years. Me not have accident, why is my thing rising? Should it not decrease because I'm a safe driver?
Listen, we are being held hostage by many of these companies. And yes, I get it. They come in handy. They do come in handy at times. Go ahead, Adesoji.
I was just going to add to Johan's point, and we are also very careful drivers. So we don't turn our cars into crash tests, So unlike many.
Um, Adesoji, I'm tired of you coming for us. Tired of you sticking it to us here in the US. I mean, Johanna, why would
You
you
can't
leave?
get him off the stage. You can't just put him in timeout or something.
Yeah, you know what?
I'm tired of him now.
How could Johanna leave the wonderful UK and come to the US? That is not so wonderful. I mean, very wonderful, but
Don't
not
come
so
for me, moment. But it's the grass is not greener, friend. And London is expensive as hell right now. But no, I I have that question all the time. It's life is too short, and I had an opportunity that most people would, probably kill their grandmother for to come, and I didn't have to beg, borrow, steal, marry, and so I took it. And yeah, I said if I don't like it, I can always go back. I have dual nationality, so either I can go home to the islands if things get tricky, or I can go back to London. It's not a big deal to me. It's a chance I took, but now this is home.
At least you have choices. At least you have choices, which is a good thing. Which is a good thing. Yeah, but you up there, sir, Adesoji. Me not like how you come for it over here.
She's always welcome back. The rest of you, we can't really say.
Listen, I get it. Insurance comes in handy sometimes, right? But it's a shame that we put a blanket over all insurance companies because you have some unscrupulous ones, some unscrupulous characters. When people put their hard-earned money without batting an eyelid every month, you pay your premiums, right? And then when it's time to take advantage because you really need it, they won't put you through the ringer or deny you. Worse, pull the rug from under you where they get to pack up their suitcases and leave you carrying a basket with water in it, and you know how that go. You know how that go. Come on. Go ahead, Ja.
I did some math recently at my place of employment, and for some of the monies that you pay in premiums, especially if you don't have any real accidents or anything, I honestly feel it's just better for you to put it in the bank or put it in something that will garnish you some more money. The only thing with that is you'll pay taxes on it. But there's some people paying what $3,000-$4,000 a month in insurance. That's a lot when you time it by 12 and then nothing happened that year. So the insurance company just, what, $84,000 you just gave away and nothing happened to your home that year. But it's the risk you take.
Yeah, that happened to me. My son turned 18 and they were trying to make me do insurance. He never had a license. Why am I getting insurance for him? He's not driving my car. Why are you adding it regardless? Okay.
This whole insurance thing has become a big scam. If you're collecting how much money every month, how much money you're spending every month, and you're not getting a claim. But anytime there is a claim, you're coming out hat in hand and trying to wring every penny out of all of your customers. What the hell? What you do with all the money you've been collecting when there was no claims? When you was doing all the money you're collecting in the case of a fire for all the years, you're taking the money, you're giving it to the CEOs and whoever it is and the shareholders, and every single time one person have an accident, you bring up the premium for everybody in the neighborhood. It is ridiculous. It's a scam. And I've seen cases where just people that have small businesses, instead of paying insurance for the 1 or 2 employees they have, they take that money, put it into an account, and cover the medical stuff. Yes, if there is an unfortunate circumstance where there is something that's super expensive, fine. So I see one guy that said for the last 5 years, he have said over hundreds of thousands of dollars the kind of money he has said, he said, imagine that money was going to the insurance company.
Yes, agreed.
And he and his family was safe and had enough money. Another thing he realized also was that when he went to the hospital or the doctor and asked for a cash bill, the bill was sometimes half the cost when he had insurance. The same bill.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So what the hell?
Absolutely. Way better. All right, folks. And that story brings us to the end of another episode of Coffee in Tow. And I want to say thank you to everyone who listened online, qmzradio.com, janoradio.com, madmusichouse.com, everyone that watched on YouTube Live, and to our new subscribers, let me give you a round of applause. Welcome to Coffee in Tow. Turn on your notifications. You don't want to miss the alert for when we go live at 9:30 a.m. Eastern weekdays. You don't want to miss out on the conversation and all that is happening around the world. I must say, and correct me if I'm wrong, Coffee in Tow family, Coffee in Tow really and truly is the one stop for everything global, right? We don't just focus on one thing. Yeah. You will hear stories that you won't hear in legacy media. Yeah, I will tap myself on the shoulder and tap all of you on the shoulder, because we do get stories sent over from everyone who comes to us in the space. Folks who are also listening online do send articles over as well, and we appreciate it all. Yeah. Hence, so we're living up to the name World News on the Go, right?
Yes, sir.
Definitely.
You come a close second to His Majesty's BBC.
Moments, what happened to the timeout button? Yeah? These
Listen,
royals. I
listen.
don't understand these royals.
Guess what? He, make him go on today. But tomorrow we're going bridle if him not behave himself. We have a little corner that we're going to put him in tomorrow if he doesn't conduct himself, with grace.
Yeah.
By the way, how is King Charles doing? I haven't touched, base with him
Oh,
lately.
Majesty is doing well.
Please send my regards.
Of course, and long may he rule over us. Yes, thank you.
Lord, and we do miss Mama. I must say we do miss Mama. But so it is.
Yeah, Mama was most beloved, but I'm afraid that's one royal chapter we shall not be revisiting. The king is in full court, and yes, long live the king. Long live.
All right, so let me go ahead. YouTube, I'm going to be ending the live. Thank you once again. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. Until then, Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.